And there is your first look at the Merit Royal Diamond Resort and Spa from North Cyprus, playing host to today's coverage of the $100,000 No Limit Hold'em main event from the Triton Super High Rollers Series, brought to you in part by GG Poker. Day 3. Play was scheduled to play down to the final table yesterday. However, we ended with 13 players in total. 13th place will be paying $198,000, and the top prize will be $2.6 million of the just shy of $10 million total prize pool. Current chip leader overall is Victor Malinowski, who will be at this feature table with $7.1 million. A big drop down to the overall second place player, Wayne Hyung, and an even bigger one down to Artur Martirosyan, who sits second in chips here. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, pleased to be bringing you this coverage from wherever you may be. Blinds are at 30 and 60,000 with a 60K ante, and Martirosyan declines Queen Jack.
Yeah, Limitless was just pressing that chip lead. Him and Artur Martirosyan had a similar stack, and then Victor won a lot of chips off of the Martirosyan during that bubble play. Did punish a lot of players, and we did lose Steven Chidwick eventually on the Stone Cold bubble.
Yeah, unfortunately for Chidwick, it was a $200,000 bubble, roughly.
Right away.
Punat Punsri jamming the small blind with the Queen 8 into Seth Davies, and no waiting. We've got ourselves an all-in and a call already here in the early going. Punsri currently the 4th shortest stack, and Davies the 5th shortest, 9th and 10th. Jack 8 deuce. Punsri jumping out in front. Davies does have him ever so slightly covered, but obviously he'll be down to vapors sub 1 big unless he improves, and the 6 of clubs is not any help. Can Davies hit a 6-outer? No, he can't, and Punat Punsri is going to double through him, and for Davies, Randy, this is the 2nd straight event where he's finding himself in a deep run and a very deeply unfair outcome. Of course, the King-Queen against the 6-7 comes to mind. It was a King-5 deuce flop in that $200,000 coin rivet invitational. Somehow the King-Queen loses to running 4-8. And then here he is, left with fumes. As we flip it over to our other feature table, where the boss, Paul Fua, sits with $665K.
Yeah, another cash under his belt.
Yeah, 11th in chips overall.
Queen Jack suited dealer button. Can definitely see him just shipping this in. Jason Kuhn looking for another title. Jason
Kuhn currently 9th overall in chips out of our remaining 13. And he's going to jam it.
Ooh, Haxton wakes up with A7 offsuit. We're in the money now, so he can kind of just get it in. It's a decent kicker.
He's covered by Jason, that $455K. He does have a lot invested in the big and the ante. 120,000 of his remaining stack.
Very good one.
And so he does the math and shows a 7. Jason has plenty of equity with this Queen Jack suited. And that equity now presents a problem to Haxton, as it has shifted all the way up to 83%. It's top 2 on the turn, and that's an iceberg for Haxton. Cannot make a winner on the river, and he will be eliminated in the early goings here.
Did squeeze into the money, so don't feel too bad for him.
Yeah, 11th place in chips. Will collect that $198,000 flat payout between 13th and 12th. Same story for 11th and 10th. And for Jason Kuhn, he is hunting his 5th Triton title, and that certainly will help his causes as he now sits with 1.4 million in chips, 23 bigs, a little bit more breathing room for him.
Quite possibly the most experienced player remaining in the field in terms of high-stakes tournaments, titles.
Had himself a couple of cashes already in the series, a 12th place finish in the 30K 6 max, a 9th place finish in the 50K 6 max, and this is the final No Limit Hold'em event. The remainder of the festival will turn its attention to short deck, and we know Jason will be front and center in those streets as well. 15.7 million in Triton earnings across 21 caches for Jason.
Queen 3 of diamonds. We're actually on a pay jump bubble right now, 27,000 more. If you can survive one more player.
Boitas from the button picks up Henrik Eklund, the defending Triton main event champion from Madrid. And you see Boitas realizing that's a lot more hand that he was hoping to be up against. And now it's a set on the flop. It's going to take running 4-5 exactly for Boitas to have any hope. And the ace of diamonds will spell the end for the Hungarian. Pot limit Omaha specialist.
You like money, right? Yes, I love money.
He too will collect $198,000 to add to his Triton earnings, which began back at our Cyprus warm-up event earlier this year. He had a 2nd place in a 50K 6 max for $770,000. Went 2 for 4 in Madrid, including his first title in a 50K 8 max turbo for $630,000, and he managed to finish 13th for $135,000 earlier this series. 2.3 million total for him.
And they are flying.
Oh, thank you so much.
And there are still quite a few stacks that can't relax. Of course,
There you go, man.
Seth Davies among them with that one big blind. Shouldn't be too long before we see a spin out of him.
Okay, we got suited ace in the small blind. Does have chip advantage against 20 big blinds. I think a mixed strategy is pretty reasonable here. You know, some people limp call, limp jam, raise. Just really depends on what you think the big blind, how they're going to react with 20 blinds. Given that they're close to the final table bubble, potentially you raise a little bit more often than not. How about raise it all?
Eklund
One king.
took his chances. Sitting with 49 bigs right now. He has not one but 2 Triton titles and 3.2 million in Triton earnings across 4 caches. Second title came in Madrid in the main, as we mentioned earlier. His first came back in Montenegro in 2019 in a 250K Hong Kong dollar buy-in, where he won 3.4 million HKD.
Telling me he can go back-to-back main events.
It is possible.
I mean, Makita did that in the No Limit Hold'em streets a few years back.
Makita also among the most accomplished of players on the Triton series.
Wayne Hyung, he's got 5 million chips. One of the lesser-known players, but definitely a very strong player from what I've seen, hailing from Hong Kong.
Of course.
Ace Queen, 20 blinds. It's one of those spots where you just reshove, just hope for the best.
Ace Queen
How much
out
was
of the
it?
small blind
900.
for Gregory Azu.
1.2. That's a lot.
Got Wayne Hyung in a jam here. Obviously,
A very good hand, but I don't think I can call.
Hyung can afford to make this call, but doesn't like how that king-queen suited would perform against what he anticipates to be the jamming range for Azu, and he was correct.
Yeah, it's a tough spot. Probably chip EV, probably slightly a call, but when you put in factor in ICM, it becomes more of a fold where Azu can't really rejam his light.
King high no good. King high no good.
King queen crushed.
Okay. King queen suited.
That's
Would be more danger though if Wayne had raised like on the button.
Oh.
yeah.
Then
But
he's
you meant
more
you
likely
had
to be calling.
King queen.
No, said it was crushed.
Okay. Crush. Okay. Good news for me.
Uh-huh.
135,000 to go from the King Jack of Hecklin, and Boss with ace 10 in the small.
It's go time with ace 10, 9 blinds, Hecklin, 3 million chip stack. All you can need.
Good news, no more snap. 545. Oh no, it's check.
Paul immediately identifying the good news when you don't get snapped after jamming the 545. Hecklin does give him a spin, however, with the King Jack. So Paul bookending the paint in a 1.2 million chip pot, and that is bad news. Jack high, Hecklin way out in front. Deuce is no help to Paul. Now he needs one of 3 aces and instead gets an 8. Manages to cash for the 25th time, adding to his $15 million in career Triton earnings, but would not win his second title here today. And his elimination will yield $225,000. And 225K will stay flat for 10th place.
Not too bad for Paul. He'll be ready to play some short deck as we wrap up these no-lump events.
No doubt about it. Meanwhile, we find Martirosyan. Action folded around to him out of the small blind. And the Russian is going to limp.
These two players have been battling a lot since late last night. Limitless winning the majority of the chips in the pots with that position. King Queen suited. Thinking about bumping it up. Wow, actually checks back King Queen suited.
Some balance
Yeah.
out of Victor.
That's a huge balance play.
And note, if the flop comes king high, this will be a very profitable choice. Instead, it is ace high, all hearts, but a king in there for second pair. Neither player with the flush draw.
Yeah, this is a type of board where it makes sense to throw some chips out there. You could be up against a naked heart that you'd want to check fold. You can see Limitless going for that value. Just the mini bet. Standard play of King 3 would be to check call here.
Another 120,000 sliding into the middle. Now the board pairs and solves the kicker issues for Martirosyan. But there are still other issues that King 3 is facing, namely being out of position against the likes of Wiktor Malinowski.
An interesting card because you kind of want to play some pot control, but then you don't want to let a free heart get a shot at it. And you can see Limitless kind of wants a value bet against those hands. So He puts a sizable bet there.
Sure does.
Near pot. It's actually going to be a little tough with King 3. Limitless with kind of a mergy value bet. I think Marta Rosen, though, will think that he's up against an ace or king a little bit less likely due to the pot size.
Sure.
Maybe you're supposed to be scared of the 7, but actually they're chopping right now.
Now the 4 of spades on the river does not complicate matters. And Victor very happily shuts it down. Well, there is still time to hop into the 2022 World Series of Poker Online, where a total of 33 World Series of Poker bracelets are being awarded. It's all happening at GG Poker through the 27th, and of course that 20 million US guarantee prize pool for a 5K, earth-shattering. Don't want to miss that. And of course, once you got that GG Poker account, you'll be able to potentially qualify for future Triton events, as 3 players did in the very first event of our series. Among them was Artur Martirosyan, Thomas Muehlacher,
and
Yuri Zivalevsky.
That's right.
Martirosyan 4th in chips overall right now. Very first Triton came here in Cyprus at the warm-up, where he went 0 for 3. He then went 0 for 5 in Madrid, but broke the seal in the 30K 6 max here, winning 66,500. His fellow countryman, Artem Vezhenkov.
First timer as well. Well, first time in this. This is his first time in
This
Triton,
is his
right?
first Triton
Exactly.
series. Yeah, this is Martirosyan's 3rd stop, as we talked about earlier, and already Vezhenkov has a couple of cashes, a 10th and a 7th in the 25 and 75K 8 max hold'em events, respectively. Good for 748,000 total.
I mean, of course, Davies has been having a great run, but he seems to always lose a key pot near the end.
It's true. There's some players who, you know, you don't want to believe in any of that sort of superstition, but Davies really has run below EV, it seems, on
like it's always like the last 2 tables or final
just
table.
a disproportionate amount of run bad when it counts. But certainly,
Still got some amazing scores though this trip.
Chris Brewer, another one, by the way, that feels like he just, when it matters, he can't get lucky. And then, of course, Nick Petrangelo, who is 0 for 21 in the Triton series. So painful, and yet the professional gets up and goes to work each and every day and
I mean, he
performs
knows
at a
he's
top
plus
level.
EV for keep coming back to these stops and keep
Right,
playing
yeah.
and keep rebuying.
For sure. Had the conversation with a few people about what would have been the price that I would have to give you to get you to bet that Nicky P wouldn't cash in 21 attempts at a Triton series. I mean, the odds would be astronomical. He's such a favorite.
Yes. Especially he gets, what, to rebuy during the registration period. It is pretty crazy. So we are... This is the final table bubble right now with 10 remaining. Davies, a micro stack. Everyone should be playing relatively tight if you're not at the top of the chip counts, because if you can survive one more player, you go from 225,000 to 280,000. Definitely a reasonable pay jump to go for.
$55,000 just to hang tight and see what happens with Davies. Nevertheless, Martirosyan, not afraid to potentially exploit that reality, raises the button.
Yeah.
And by the way, it matters even more when you're doing this at the table where you know nobody is unaware that Davies has one bet. At the other table, maybe some people haven't gotten the memo.
Exactly.
But here, 100%. It would feel so reckless for somebody to bother getting involved in a pot until Davies' fate is decided. And by the way, Punat Punsri is in the big blind. Next hand, Davies will be in the big blind. So that makes it even more of an issue. But he's got an ace, and he's thinking about it.
He's really thinking about it. Like, is it because he's thinking about open folding, or is he thinking about he's just gonna open fold it? Yeah. Just thinking, it's not worth the risk. I know my player is hyper aggressive, and he might put me to the test somehow for all my chips.
Here's the thing about those situations, though. How often have you and I found a player who goes, well, that same reality that you are leveraging to get me to fold, I can 3-bet you and create it, toss it right back into your court, and it's even more pressure for you.
And
right?
some players do that.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of this game and high stakes is sometimes you see, then I'm thinking you know that, and then I click it back at you, and it's just, this is why it makes these high stakes Triton streams so fun to watch, because these guys, it's a mixture of players who are trying to squeeze in and some who are trying to take advantage of the situation. So Vashenkov hasn't been out. He tends to be err on the side of understanding ICM really well and being cautious. Of course, Queen 3 suited would go into muck, but I know I've seen other folds he's done. Arthur is one of those guys, though. I'm going to pounce. If I bust, I bust.
Goes for the glory. Davies, just 80K left here.
He likely will just call. It's
Leave himself 20K behind.
It seems silly from a viewer point of view.
No, but it's the right thing to do, isn't it?
Occasionally, it just checks down, and if you have the worst hand, you can save that 20K, and you can, you know, take it for a spin.
Well, there's nobody who would love to see Davies hanging around more than Victor Malinowski.
Exactly.
As the chip leader. And we've seen extreme scenarios where players without the nuts will check back in position, hoping to allow your opponent.
And we saw that in Madrid with Steven Chidwick.
Yes, that's the
He had
hand
the
in
full
particular
house.
that I'm thinking of. And
Like 120, right?
Davies does make the call. He has just 20K behind now. 41% equity heading to the flop. Any queen, any 9, and he's going to stick it in, but does not come up with a pair here.
It does have the backdoor straight draw potential.
It's going to be in the small blind very next hand, so the rest of this is getting in there as he's got less than 30K.
Yeah, he would be getting insane odds if Martirosyan decides to bet out. I think Martirosyan's likely to throw a bet out there. He could get some hands of like 2-3 offsuit hypothetically to just lay it down. Potentially, I'm not sure, but you know, might as well put that on Davies. You see people chuckling about the amount of chips behind.
Overbet?
Limitless says overbet. This guy's so funny. I love that interview from last night.
He is kind of a fun-loving character for sure, but nevertheless a killer when he's on the felt.
Mm-hmm.
How much
Like
is
not
it?
only
I
he's
think
just
that's not
he's
enough
funny.
to call.
That's what I like about him.
Davies asking.
How much?
Good to see Seth at least being able to crack a smile in this very difficult spot that he finds himself in.
Anything?
No.
I have an overcard. Alright, I'm alive.
Okay, I mean more than alive. Wrap almost.
Ace high, a 3-1 favorite from this point forward as Seth Davies is looking to pick up this 370K pot and stay alive on the turn. He gets no help in the form of a straight draw. So he has 6 outs once. And the 9 of diamonds. Maybe
Shoot at the board with his
maybe
hand.
this is the turning point. Randy, we talked about kind of that
realized that I won this time.
disproportionate
Not like the last time.
run bet. Maybe the tides have turned.
Yeah, he actually has a decent stack. Like 6 blinds. He can work with that.
I think I got 400.
Meanwhile, we flip back over to the other feature table. Wayne Hyung, second overall in chips. Boss stack out here. Does have to deal with some real firepower just on his left, though, in Jason Kuhn. That's not a walk in the park.
Yeah, but Wayne's got all the chips right now, so. As
Horace Way, by the way, one of the VIPs from the 200K coin rivet, finding himself with a nice deep run.
Yeah, that's true.
His first ever Triton series. He finished 14th in the coin rivet for 400K, so
Also,
some ROI.
Punat Punsri played the coin rivet and
Yeah,
one of the
good point.
VIPs, making a deep run. And these guys got some game. Hecklin starts with a raise.
Understandable with ace-10, and now Wayne pipped with ace-9 out of the big.
Hecklin's got a pretty threatening stack. So if Wayne was thinking about making some moves, it'd be pretty risky in case he happens to lose a lot of chips. You tend to 3-bet the guys with a little bit less than 4 million. Action.
Ace-Jack 6, both players with top pair. Advantage Hecklin.
Hecklin perceived to raise really wide. Should be going value here. Third pot is the standard sizing you usually see. And that's what we get. Slightly less.
$105,000.
Ace-9 should be check call. No reason to blow up the pot with a medium strength hand.
Eight on the turn.
Pretty dry card. I can definitely see Hecklin multi-barreling this for value. The 8 doesn't really change anything besides the ace-8, jack-8 at 6-8. A lot of guys will check raise you on the flop if they got you beat. It wouldn't surprise me if he bets again. So he's thinking about it. Trying to extract value from weaker aces, jack X.
Oh, and now this bet considerably
Scary.
bigger than its predecessor.
Yeah, it is scary, but Wayne knows that Hecklin will likely two-barrel most of his draws, given the situation.
And
Hecklin's
obviously
got
the
the
spade
chips
draw.
to kind of blast away.
Spade draw was available. Some Broadway stuff.
Things like Queen 10 picks up even more outs,
Uh-huh.
and they have a lot of incentive to multi-barrel against a jack or 6x.
These are two of the bigger stacks in the event. Locking horns here. Very dry river card.
Yeah, I wonder if Hecklin can find a river value bet. He probably thinks he's got the best hand, but then again, does he think a worse ace will call? He does not, so he's going to check. Nice scoop. The 10 playing.
Indeed. Hecklin taking a big bite out of Wayne Hyung there. And you can see he now emerges as the chip leader at this table with 4.9 million, putting him second overall. After the check back on the river, where he decided enough was in there. Also the short stack, neck and neck with Horace Y. Roughly $1 million each. Azu, by the way, only came out, I want to say a
his
day
first
ago.
event.
This is the second event. He played
Second.
the 25K PLO, I think.
So I wonder, is he sticking around for the short deck, or he just wanted to kind of play the main?
It's a good
go?
question, right? Because a guy shows up, plays the 25K PLO, and then is playing the main.
Yeah, it seems...
Kind of not exactly the normal.
I mean, there were some guys who just showed up for the No Limit main. Dario Sammartino showed up. Didn't expect to see him here. Skipped all the earlier events. And
And he's out of here already, you
I
think?
mean, I don't think he
I don't think he
plays
plays short deck either,
So, yeah, it was just one tournament and go.
For Azu, by the way, he did cash in that 25K PLO event, 5th place, picking up $72,000. So 1 for 1 in his young Triton career.
Interesting. 1.39.
Okay.
King 4. Standard is the call. But you could lean on your opponent on the final table bubble and expect more folds than normal for 20 blinds. That's why we raise it up.
$10-3, just not enough for Jason to contend.
Thank you so much. You're the best. Thank you.
It's the best, right? Yep. Now for you.
Both Wayne and Horace here at this table 5-handed, playing under the Hong Kong flag. Wayne, a little north of $200,000 in career Triton earnings, has yet to cash here in our North Cyprus Festival. Played the 25 and 50K. Back in Madrid, his very first event, 20K Euro 8 Max, finished 4th for 172,000 euros. Back when the Euro still yielded more dollars. Now it's a little bit more neck and neck, and far from neck and neck is 2 black kings against the rest of this field. You saw the ace-8 go right into the muck, by the way.
See how Horace navigates King 3 suited. Is sharing the bottom stacks out there. He's just going to lay it down. And mainly that's just respecting the final table bubble situation, knowing Seth Davies sitting on 6 big blinds. Because you would see King 3 suited defend a lot. But it just seems the chip plus EV upside is so small relatively to the big downside of not even be able to continue too well on further streets.
Well, on the topic of small, still just 6 bigs for Seth Davies in the hijack with Jack 4 suited.
This shouldn't be enough of a hand to jam. It should be a fold.
We call it the hijack, but it's under the gun effectively, is it not? When we're playing
Good eye.
6 over there.
8-7 suited. A lovely hand, but you're just sitting next to the guy who's about to get it all in soon. I think I would preserve my chips more often than not. Yeah, lay it down. It's just a pretty hand that goes into muck.
Can't say the same for ace-8 on the button. Certainly not when it's in the hands of Artur Martirosyan.
30 blinds, healthy stack. And it's not like Limitless is just playing back every single time he opens. King 8. He's thinking... Some wheels are turning in Limitless's mind like, can I pounce on Martirosyan? Problem is, Martirosyan actually fights back. He's going to lay it down.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, 2 whites.
Punsri. Ace-Jack. Does have Martirosyan covered.
30 blinds is a lot of blinds to play for. I'm thinking you're going to see a call a little bit more often. You know, Davies is sitting right next to you. You see he's got a tiny stack.
Yeah.
If you risk all your chips, you'll be down to 200K.
He folded the ace-deuce.
Yeah.
Davies had just 1 blind. Now he's got 6 blinds and ace-jack. So
It's just that ace-jack, you know, if you 3-bet it, you're usually going to take it down. It's just not worth the risk in putting yourself in that situation. Very, very dry board. I'm sorry, dry board. Very connected. He kind of smacks the big blind a bit. I wouldn't see too many C-bets of ace-high here.
indeed, it goes check, check. Now the dryness appears, Randy.
The dryness.
It's kind of moist on the flop.
It was a little moist. It should still go check a lot. You know, both people with a good ace high, well, marginal ace high, but people, no one wanting to show strength. There we go.
Board pairs, and Martirosian no longer playing the 8, but for Punsri, ace and jack both play still.
I mean, normally you would see this check down, but Punsri is grabbing chips. Is this a bit of a blocker bet? Trying to set the price so he doesn't have to face a larger sizing? A mini bet.
Yeah. And you wonder what Martirosian's going to make of this. Got to kind of be careful when you get cutesy with these mini bets, because sometimes a not so mini raise comes your way. But the ace feels like it's got such showdown value
You
for
could
60K.
be up against the same type of hand, so I don't think he can fold this. It does feel a little milky,
Yeah.
but price is just seems too good. We'll use a little bit of shot clock here. He needs to ask himself, would Punsri ever do this with an ace X? A similar type hand. He might be thinking, well, Punsri is a VIP. Possibly he's got some funny lines. Well, is he reaching for some chips? Or are those calling chips? Wow.
They were calling chips, and Punsri announced ace jack, and was pretty optimistic about it too, given the sort of manner in which the call came in.
That's a nice value for ace jack. Most players would not be able to get that one extra big blind. Yeah, wow.
Getting surgical out there is Punat Punsri.
That's very technical.
Sitting fourth in chips. This is first ever, as you mentioned, Triton Series. He cashed in the 50K 6-max, an 8th place finish for $196,000. He has already bested that here in this event, as our next payout will be $225,000 for 10th place, where we are on the final table bubble.
King 10 for Vashenkov. Man, this is like, he keeps getting these marginal hands. Like, I feel like I should be playing these, but given the circumstances, maybe I fold a bit more often. If he does raise, he'd be raising to Seth Davies, but just gonna lay it down. Power.
Ace queen suited on the button, and when you have kind of the reputation that Malinowski has for being on the more aggressive side of the spectrum, these button opens, they don't always get attached to an ace queen suited. When you wake up with the goods, you hope somebody starts to play back at you. Of course, Punsri not going to be the customer with jack 3 offsuit, but Davies with 10-9 offsuit needs to decide whether or not he wants to make the added investment of 90K of his remaining 220.
Davies knows that everyone is waiting for him to kind of commit the chip, so he needs to start making a stance. Hopefully flop something. You might notice that Malinowski opened a little bit bigger too, mainly because Davies is so short, trying to get him to fold the big line a little more often.
And a 10 in the window is a beautiful development for Davies, as that texture does not connect with Malinowski whatsoever. Got shot, straight draw, and top pair.
Seems like a good spot to just stop and go and put the rest of the chips in.
Yeah, just 130K back, so it's not as though this bet is so big that it's going to clear all that many hands.
Yeah, it's very connected. A lot of guys would... Well, he's going to check. I wonder if Malinowski bets out. Looks like he is going to just complete the hand.
Yeah, and that's going to be enough to get Davies stack into the middle.
A little bit of a time bank roll, but never folding. Maybe occasionally someone busts on another table, I guess is what he's waiting for.
And sure enough, Davies goes as deep into the shot clock as he can before making the call with top pair and the gut shot. It was never a function of thinking about whether or not he wanted to make this call, but rather, as you mentioned, Randy, seeing if he can get another confrontation to develop at the outer table. And developments here have grown grim for Davies, who now needs a 10, 9, or a 7 after Malinowski turned the ace.
Good luck, guys.
Clubless. After the fourth one shows up on the river, Davies is showered in 10th place. $225,000 will be going his way to add to his over $3 million in career earnings. Third straight cash. But with the loss of Seth Davies, the final table is set.
Yeah, 3 final tables for Seth Davies.
Well, Victor Malinowski now with 124 big blinds. He came in the overwhelming chip leader as play began, and he is now north of where he was to start play today. Big gaps between he and the rest of this field, but the fields are combining as the final table is set, which means Randy and I will step aside. However, when we come back, we'll have the final table introductions from here in Cyprus. You don't want to miss that. Stay close.
and welcome back to Northern Cyprus and the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is the main event. The game is No Limit Texas Hold'em. The buy-in was $100,000. There were 99 entries, and there is $9.9 million in the prize pool, with a top prize of $2.6 million. After 2.5 days of play, only 9 players are left with a seat at the final table. And so, it's now time to meet them. On seat 1, making his Triton debut here in Cyprus, he picked up a near $200,000 cash in the No Limit Hold'em six-handed event last week. He's now gone even better and is at his first final table. A financial investor from Bangkok, Thailand, and with a chip stack of 2.235 million, welcome Punat Punsri. On seat 2, based between Dubai and Macau, but most at home at the high-stakes cash game tables, where he is known and feared as Limitless. He's a 28-year-old poker pro originally from Wrocław, Poland, with a stack of 7.415 million. Please welcome the chip leader, Victor Malinowski. On seat 3, a former economics and finance student, now a professional investor, he made his Triton debut and picked up a first cash in Madrid earlier this year. Now at the biggest final table of his poker career and representing Hong Kong with a chip stack of 4.245 million, it's Wayne Jiang. Taking seat 5, he's got 4 Triton titles to his name already, and is Triton Poker's most decorated ambassador. Originally from West Virginia, he now divides his time between Las Vegas and Vancouver when he's not traveling to play on the Triton series. With a chip stack of 1.15 million, welcome Jason Kuhn. Very well known as one of the best online tournament pros, he's another making his debut here and seeing immediate results. He's picked up 2 cashes already and is now at the biggest live final table of his career. Aged 35 from Tomsk, Russia, and with a chip stack of 960,000, please welcome Artyom Vizhenko. On seat 7, he played his first Triton tournament in the Pot Limit Omaha event just 4 days ago, and he made the final table, picking up a $72,000 score. He has now more than matched that result in his event, continuing his 100% record. Originally from Lyon, France, and now based here in Cyprus, with a chip stack of 1.075 million, Grégoire Ozo. Next up, we have the defending main event champion. Having blasted his way to the top Triton's recent visit to Madrid won a career-best €2.2 million first prize. Now aiming for a third Triton title from Copenhagen, Denmark, with a stack of 5.27 million, it's Henrik Hecklund. Taking seat 9, another graduate from the online tables who earned his first Triton cash during this Cyprus festival. He has already guaranteed a much bigger prize than that. He's 25 years old, from Voronezh, Russia, with a stack of 1.66 million. Please welcome Artur Martirosyan. And taking our final seat, a newcomer to the Triton series who made an immediate splash when he cashed in the Coin Rivet Invitational in 14th place for $400,000. He's a former badminton professional turned CEO of a finance company from Hong Kong. Please welcome, with a chip stack of 740,000, it's Horace Way. And so, with all 9 players now at the table, I wish you all the very best of luck.
So welcome back. It's time for the $100,000 No Limit Hold'em main event from North Cyprus. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. Blinds of 30 and 60,000 with a 60K ante as we see Wiktor Malinowski. 124 big blinds, good for 7.4 million in chips. $280,000 locked up as you see the payouts here. 2.6 million up top, however, on everyone's mind. Current short stack belongs to Horace Way. 13 bigs, certainly enough off of which to operate. Well, Randy, if I take Malinowski off the board and I tell you got to make a pick, do you just auto go Henrik Hecklund as the defending main event champion? I mean, you saw him. He seems like he's pretty confident. Held that Triton watch up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I like that. That was a bit of a
he wants
page out of the book of pro wrestling.
He wants to have one on each wrist, so that is my pick. Would be Henrik Hecklund. And, yeah, I don't know. I like the back-to-back. We've seen it before in the Limit Main with Makita, so I don't see why we can't do it again.
Tell you what, if Jason Kuhn can pick up an early double here, doesn't necessarily have to be early, but a double at some point before he gets whittled down. 6th in chips right now at 19 bigs. That man wants a 5th title, and he knows what it takes.
100%.
Meanwhile, the first timer, Gregory Azu, not doing it justice in terms of the French pronunciation.
Well, you know, he is based in Cyprus now, I heard in that little final table preview. Introductions.
Pick up our first pot.
But this
As you
man,
look at
he's
the
been
boss.
just bossing around pre-bubble. Has not looked the other way. With his chip stacks just soaring over and over again. Everyone knows he's got the chips. Everyone knows he's aggressive. It's It's going to be a bit of a cautious game, I imagine, from everyone that has under 70 blinds, which is 6 different players.
Ace-9 suited for Kuhn.
Not a bad hand.
Upstairs, min raise. Eklund wants none of that ace tray on the button, and Kuhn will just pick up an orbit's worth of tokens. Nothing wrong with it. $22 bigs now for Kuhn. 1.3 million in chips.
Yeah, I mean, Jason Kuhn, of course, 20 big blinds not ideal, but is one of the most versatile players in the game, especially in tournaments. He knows how to leverage that big stack. He knows how to manage that small and medium stack, and he understands what the other players are going to be thinking. Yeah, and you're right. If he doesn't spin it up, he'd be a great contender for trying to take it away from Malinowski.
Trouble for Martirosyan on the button as Azu makes it 125 to go.
And this is awkward.
Sure is.
Normally, this would be a rejam spot. You can see I'm just calling, kind of respecting the situation, not wanting to risk 20 blinds. Reduces the variance. What's important is the 2 players behind you are players that aren't as splashy, aren't as aggressive, so you can expect less squeezes.
King 3 for Punat Punsri closing the action, coming along for the ride, coming up empty on the queen high board, which is all Azu.
Very connected in a marginal way. You'd want to see bet this, especially into 2 people. You don't want to let someone get a free shot at making 2 pair. Or maybe inside straight draw.
Sorry, just in case, protect your cards a bit, because I haven't seen, but I could...
Some glass.
225,000 gets the job done for Azu as Malinowski offers some sporting. Not going to call it advice necessarily, but did say protect your cards.
No, we've seen that from many different players.
Yeah. Sportsmanship.
A lot of these other guys are just used to playing home games, and they're like, you know, looking at them easily. It's like, yeah, it's 100K, but it still feels a little home gamey to me.
Oh, fair play, certainly. Front and center.
Horace, King 9 offsuit, sitting on 10 blinds. Pushes it in, going for it. Trying.
Man's got some gamble.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit
15?
gamble. 6s.
Oh, 690.
Considering he's got 2 million, he might think it's a decent spot, because if he loses 600K, it's not so bad. Horace would jam any ace, I would think, in this spot. So ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace deuce, dominate very well. Little pocket pairs. Wow, makes the call. Well done.
Watch out
Malinowski.
against this, 'cause, like,
Staying out of the way with that ace-deuce
just
suited,
like
by
a
the way.
backhand, it's weird.
So Punsri will be the man that gives Horace Y a spin here early.
Yeah, I'll
Good
do
luck.
it.
Yeah, because like you know, I don't look, but
2 overs for Horace. Can he connect with the king or the 9? The answer is no so far, as Punsri's set of 6s will leave Horace in need of running straight or flush cards. 1.35 million chip pot.
Wow.
And quad 6s will be overkill as Horace Way draws dead.
good game.
Punat Punsri giving us our first victim
Good game, bro. Nice
of
run.
the final table. Plenty
Yeah,
of
I mean, that's not bad. Just as long as
congratulatory
it's
love
like
being
because-
shown to Horace,
Yeah,
who was the short stack,
because
and
if I had
his
something-
departure
I mean, I didn't look-
will come
I
with a
haven't seen anything, so
$280,000 gift wrap
randomly could check.
payout and a pay jump of $86,000 to the remainder of the field. $366,000 will go to the players from this point forward.
If you're gonna go down against quads.
If you're gonna go down in that dope Louis Vuitton sweater.
I really like it.
And we'll see if Horace Way will find his way into the short deck streets, as that part of the program is upon us.
So now that we've lost Horace, the short stack has 16 blinds. It's not that short. It can definitely hang around a bit, so we may see a bit of a grind with the current chip stack distribution. But there is a reasonable separation from Artem Vashenkov and Jason Kuhn's 6 blinds at the bottom. So what usually happens is Jason Kuhn and Artem Martirosyan with the 22 blinds will kind of take profitable reshots, but be a little bit cautious as they see how Artem's stack changes.
Malinowski limping the Jack-10 offsuit. Understanding, obviously, that Wayne Hyung is on the deeper side. Neither of them are looking to get into any sort of big confrontations with some of the smaller stacks still awaiting their fate. Check back from Wayne, who flops a gut shot straight draw. Victor checked it over to him.
And inside straight draw, decent spot for a bet. I guess he's wondering, wouldn't Malinowski fire to flop a lot if he had air? So it might make Wayne lean towards checking a bit more, thinking he's getting check called a lot.
Check back does bring an 8 on the turn. And Malinowski able to just sprinkle 60K out there, two-toned and with a pair on board. That's 7-4, just not interested for Wayne. Chip leader demonstrating some of the benefits of having that chip lead. Blinds up to 40 and 80,000 with an 80K. Big blind Annie.
That is actually pretty important because, that short stack I said was, we got some time to wait around. Maybe not so much anymore. Artem Vashenkov is actually down to 12 blinds. Definitely, he's under gun now. He folds his hand. He eats the big blind, gets dealt a bad hand, and he's sub 10 big blinds on the button. Yeah, we can definitely see him splashing in soon.
$1.22.
Jason pretty short too. currently in 7th place. Wayne wondering, should he raise? He did a aggressive raise earlier. This time leaning towards a call. Maybe because Jason Koon's very short, has a lot of incentive to rejam on him. It's always nice to get a free flop of 8-3 suited.
No question.
Suited double down hand, not too bad.
And Koon accepts the charity with the check back. So the flop we go. Oh,
Flopped it.
3 spades, and Koon flops himself a flush here. Wayne does have a flush draw. Not the greatest one.
It is something. He's at queen high. What's important here is that Koon is playing off 1.1 million stack when I think Koon would jam almost all ace X's when Wayne limps the small blind with this stack size. So we can kind of throw that ace out of Jason Koon's range. And you can see Wayne may potentially throw in multiple barrels because of that. Targeting
80K.
like a king or deuce.
That does get called. Another 160 into the pot. Now a Broadway draw added to the fray for Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne's got a lot of kind of weakish draws. But the thing is, we're playing very wide ranges. This limp pot. So Koon can have a lot of weak hands that doesn't want to continue. Say a deuce X. Or maybe he's got a spade. With, you know, that just can't really handle the heat. Like a queen 8. 8 of spades, something like this. And wow, Wayne firing again. Small bet.
Dreamy stuff for Koon, by the way.
Yeah, Koon's not worried about his hand. It's the question is, how do I extract the most value? If I raise now, it does seem like he'd be very strong. Because he shouldn't logically be raising anything but a good hand. So that's why he's calling here. He thinks that he can extract most value by flatting and slow playing.
Obviously some vulnerability to his hand in the event that another spade were to have come off. Not in reality, given that Hyung only has the 5 of spades, but in terms of board texture. And Koon's flush being reduced to a 1-card 8. Meanwhile, 700,000 in the middle. Largely thanks to Wayne Hyung, who has barreled not once but twice after limping pre with this queen 5. And he's got the chips to put the pressure on Jason here. Can't imagine he thinks he's got showdown value.
It seems that he wants to put in more chips. King X would have a lot of trouble calling. Like I said earlier, Jason, his best hand is like a random 2 pair that turned or river or King X. And these hands would have a lot of trouble calling down 3 barrels. We have a clear short stack across the table. That's important because Jason Koon can't call off as light because of that fact at this final table. See, Wayne's kind of looking around. All in.
So Wayne giving Jason Koon exactly what he was hoping for as a result of flatting the turn.
9-10.
And that 3-barrel bluff will prove very costly for Wayne Hyung. Not only in terms of chips lost, but in terms of chips passed over to Jason Koon. Always dangerous. And you can just kind of feel it, the excitement for Jason. This is exactly what he was hoping for. The early double, give me some breathing room, let me operate. He is so technically sound in these spots. Those 4 titles didn't come by accident.
Yeah, and you know, he knows how to maneuver, and that really does put him in a nice position here. And you know, played perfectly by slow playing.
Well, on the topic of perfect positions, that is exactly what the folks over at Secret Lab are looking to provide all of us who are putting in long hours to bring you this coverage, whether it be on the felt or here at the desk. Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health, with features like integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests, and a pebble seat base that naturally guides you into a healthy sitting posture. Join the over 2 million users who already have a Secret Lab in their homes. Head over to the Secret Lab website for more.
Jason Kuhn, 32 big blinds in 5th place. Wayne's still healthy, 2.9 million in 3rd, 36 blinds.
Henrik Eklund, 2nd in chips, ahead of Wayne. Malinowski up top. Jason Kuhn now 5th.
20. Good. Much better today.
Martirosyan's 160K Open gets folded all the way around. To
86.
Vezenkov.
Against an early position, you kind of want to just flat. If you are up against a late position raise, you can consider jamming it in. We're actually going to lay it down. That's a big laydown of A6 for 10 blinds. I think the reason is Martirosyan opens off 15 blinds early position, should be tighter at a final table.
Thanks.
I don't know if you caught a glimpse of Vezenkov's t-shirt there. It's actually a Triton t-shirt that he got from the store that we have pop-ups of at every single event. But he then took a pen and went around to players and asked them to sign his shirt as kind of a memory of his time here. And I thought that was really, really cool.
Yeah.
In fact, I said we should actually design a shirt like that.
For sure. That's really cool. Usually you don't really see players go around, like fellow competitors go around asking for autographs.
Fanboying.
Yeah. You know, that's something like maybe we would give away more likely.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very cool. Did he get everyone, or did he only chose his favorites?
Well,
He's like, did you
I wouldn't want
bust me in
anyone's
the tour
feelings to get hurt.
before? I was like, yeah, I'm not getting you to sign my shirt.
Uh-oh.
Kings.
Kuhn heating up now as Malinowski's open to 160. Awaits a response from these two kings.
You know, and Malinowski could read into this as, you got some chips, you think you can play back at my chip lead, and maybe play back and lose even more. What's the perfect sizing is the question. 30 blinds. Maybe like a 480. 460. $425 it is.
3 scoops.
Marginal hand here. It's kind of, I think you usually see folds, but you know, it might seem coincidental that all of a sudden this guy's got chips and he's 3-bet you the first time. Might read into it as weakness potentially, although it would be incorrect. Pass. Discipline.
I'll tell you what. You're looking across at Jason Kuhn, who's 3-betting you in position. You can expect to be put to the test in future streets. And Kuhn, now deeper than he was prior, could present some challenges to Malinowski, were he to double through him. Folded around to Punsry's King Jack off of 2.8 million. He'll be opening.
Love seeing some VIPs doing well in these tough fields.
Elegant deposit on the raise there.
Mm-hmm.
Very methodical.
Was a financial advisor, I believe they said, unless I misheard. Something to do with finances, of course, if you're playing poker.
Yeah, boy.
There you go.
Punsri, in fact, went to college in London, studied environment and sustainable development. His occupation listed as investor, currently residing in Bangkok, Thailand. When asked who his favorite player is, Michael Adamo, due to his unorthodox, successful approach to the game. But when asked who his toughest opponent that he's ever faced was, he said Stephen Chidwick. All aspects from gameplay to live reading abilities, showing plenty of respect.
One of the top.
Yeah, those two answers make a lot of sense.
Punsri's accolades exist outside the realm of poker for the time being. He has a passion for community revitalization.
Love it.
And environmental preservation, and actually won a UNESCO award for heritage conservation for a historic inn project in Thailand.
I love it.
My favorite, out of all the things on his bio, the one that I think we can make some money on. He used to be a long jumper.
1.365.
He's got kind of the physique for it, right?
Yeah,
He's long, kind of
He's
lean.
long, so he can do the long jump.
Well, come on. I mean, you know, it doesn't hurt. You don't see any 4-foot long jumpers out there, as we see Azu going long with ace-10 suited over the top of the Malinowski Open. And Martirosyan presented with a dilemma, as he has 1.4 million.
No.
And Azu ever so slightly covered.
Ace Queen of Hearts is way too strong to be laying down. You got to think about who he's jamming against. The chip leader, who's going to be opening wide. As you can see, King Deuce of Diamonds. You got to look at his chip stack. He's jamming less than 20 blinds. Ace Queen seems way too strong here to lay it down. Oh, wow. He does lay it down, though.
You know, I had this weird sense that Martirosyan might not approach it in the way we would predict, because there's 3 stacks shorter than his out there right now. I mean, call it 4 stacks, right? Well, no, Horace is already out of there, right? So the pay jumps. Let's take a peek at him.
Can you put a black chip so I can see it?
Wow.
Thank you.
That is a huge laydown, though.
You're not wrong. It's just
kind of want to avoid the situation in the final table. I mean, I guess
2.6 million for first.
What's important, I think, is Artem's pretty short of Shenkov, so maybe he's like, it's not worth the risk. I'd rather let Artem get it in with his 10 blinds soon. Yeah, that was just so much respect for the ICM there. I don't...
Too much, Randy?
Man, things about 100Ks really do change you a little bit, right? Like when he seems close, you're like, yeah, you tend to err on the side of caution a little bit more. It seems like it might be a little too much. I think Ace-Jack slam dunk in the muck.
You know, it's weird. Like, you don't want to issue any sort of criticism, but in terms of like the real world, these situations can be a little bit different from player to player.
Yeah.
And you talk about it being 100 Ks. We see Hecklin, the opener, flop top pair against Punsri's gut shot straight draw. You know, the depth of knowledge is certainly there. There's a range of it. As far as the ICM is concerned, the actual what's technically appropriate in the solvers. Yeah. But then you just kind of step back and you start to put the other pieces and the other intangibles into the equation, and you come up with maybe a different solution for a different day.
It's possible he read that Greg's there jam. Maybe he thinks he's playing a little bit more snug and wouldn't make stances with like an ace-10 offsuit.
The ace-jacks and ace-10s maybe wouldn't have been willing.
Or not so
eager
to get it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there could be some live reads there, but clearly read it a little bit wrong. Well,
Henrik Hecklin is hunting his second consecutive Triton main event title after getting the job done in Madrid. And one of the early nights after arriving in Cyprus, I went over to where the VIP cash games take place after play. You'd think the guys had had more than enough of their share of poker. Grueling day of tournament play. No, quick bite, and now we're off to play cash. And Henrik and some of his fellow Danes, including Thijs, who is his businessman in the Coin Rivet Invitational, were playing a four-handed cash game, drinking, having a grand old time.
Yeah, these guys don't stop. It's like the tournament's the warm-up for their high-stakes cash games in the back.
So true. Those cash games can end up dwarfing some of the payouts in the prelims in terms of wins and losses.
It's like satellite for your cash game buy-ins.
That would be great. I want to hear someone describe it as that. And then you'll have an appreciation for just how stratospheric the cash games are, as we see Azu, who was very fortunate to get that ace-queen suited to fold behind him after jamming. Takes another ace-10, this time offsuit, into a jack-9 tray board against a chip leader in Malinowski, who will check the flop.
Very tough board to see bet off of 20 blinds. Not much of a connection. But, you know, when you see bet, you let the big blind get a chance to steal it from you. And I think with this double gutter, I can see Limitless throwing a big bet out there, expecting to be up against ace highs or some pocket pairs lowered into jack and 9. That really can't handle the heat, and that's why you see kind of an upsize.
300K into 440.
I should call, but you're gonna jam all rivers, right?
Sometimes yes, sometimes not.
Yeah, right. I say all the time yes.
Azu having a blast out there. What a smile, and kind of showing off that he understands the chess game. It's not just this street, it's the next one too that we think about.
Yeah, for sure. It's just, you need to think about the future streets, otherwise you could be making some big mistakes.
There's been a lot of graphic here.
Oh, like queen. Queen six suited.
Henrik's just been casually grinding up. Seems to have no huge tough decisions from what I've seen so far. Casually in second place.
It's always a nice feeling, isn't it? When you just kind of cruise, cobble, steal the blinds, one guy defends from the big, check folds, and all of a sudden you look down and you're like, wow, I got a lot of chips.
Yeah, people just busting, like, oh, free pay jumps. Easy. One of the most solid players I've seen. Started in the cash game streets online, won lots of money. Says, oh, you guys are playing high stakes tournaments. You guys aren't cash game players. I'm going to join these tournaments. And of course, ships a bunch of money in tournaments as well, including that Madrid main event. He won a lot too, right? He won 2.17 million euro. Not too long ago this year.
Some healthy paydays on his resume. And his King-Jack offsuit is going to be greeted by an Ace-King for Jason Kuhn in the big blind.
Now earlier you saw a Jason Kuhn 3-bet kings to 425. Problem is he's out of position from the big blind, so he should be opting to make it bigger. Possibly about, okay, even bigger.
As big as possible, he says, and heckling.
What's important there is that
folds it.
You might think it feels excessive to jam 35 blinds.
Okay.
The reason he jammed 35 blinds is he's trying to just close the hand because there is a guy sitting there with 10 blinds. There is another guy out there with like 12, 13. It's kind of a disaster to go in flipping. Like, let's just say he 3-bested 500. Pocket 9 is like, I don't think you got it. I make a play. You have to call off ace king,
Right.
run it, potentially bust out first. You just, and he probably wouldn't expect like ace jack to just randomly put all the chips in anyway. So yeah, you need to think about the stack size of the short stacks to kind of dictate what how to approach the hand and what sizes to use.
Go like 1.3.
Yeah, 1.
King Queen suited for Azu.
Nine's got ace something.
That something is pretty relevant in terms of his decision making, and whatever it was, it couldn't have been that great. As he puts it into the muck.
Double Brownstone.
Double Brownstone, exactly. Just get up.
See Vishenkov eats the big blind and the big blind ante. He is in dire straits. Should have around 8 blinds. Well, all the big stacks fold in front of you, so ace-7 seems like a decent spot. Big blind would have trouble defending pretty wide with Vishenkov so short. Ace-10 suited though, that is a hand that is going to do something. Is it flat call or 3-bet? I think both plays are pretty good.
Kuhn has really picked up the rich part of the deck here in the early going and made the most of it. He did take that big bite out of Wayne with just 8-3 suited blind versus blind. So actually, maybe the weakest hand that he's taken a flop with was the one that he won
the
most chips with.
He flats here. He was looking at the stacks behind him to see, you know, they are kind of short. King, Queen. Look, this is a reasonable spot to ship it in, but I don't think he's going to do it because Vishenkov is on a micro stack of 8 blinds.
Right, and that's the real consideration. So Azu does close the action by flatting the king-queen from the big behind Wayne Hyung, who flatted the cutoff. Or actually, he was the raiser, forgive me. Jason Kuhn was the man who flatted the button. King trade deuce, that king of clubs interacting nicely with Jason's hand. The queen of clubs, of course, busy in Azu's hand, which is best on this flop. Top pair will check it over to Wayne.
It's a good spot to c-bet, although, of course, it's not going to work with ace-7. It's just, well, good check. Most people would be tempted, like, you know, I only got to worry about a king continuing against me.
Yeah, the texture is certainly the type that he could represent, and it's difficult to make a pair, let alone top pair.
Jason thinking about taking a stab here in position. He's like, well, if Wayne couldn't c-bet king 3 deuce, it does seem like they're both just going to check fold to me a lot. Top pair queen kicker. Very dry board. Only thing you're worried about turning is an ace. I like going to check raise. Keep it simple. He's like, well, if I check call here, you guys know I've got a king. You guys are never going to multi-barrel me on a turn. So why not just deny that equity? Maybe make it look like a bluff in case you're holding a king, jack, king 10 and can't lay it down. Jason giving it some thought like, why are you check raising this king 3 deuce rainbow? It just seems odd. But keep it simple.
Yeah, took his one shot in position against the boys, but Azu's check raise a little bit too strong for the ace-10 suited to look for equity on the turn. Young, by the way, says he's just traveling around right now.
Just a
Doesn't
normal
have
day.
a current residence. He's just like, you know, I'm out here
Yeah.
doing my thing. Hunting poker games worldwide, perhaps.
That is a sign of a very good player. Now, even if things don't go well, he's like, oh, just keep traveling. Don't need to go home.
Well, home was definitely on the stricter side of the spectrum during the pandemic, as far as
Sure.
Hong Kong is concerned. One of the more lockdown countries. As you see Malinowski with ace-8, going to run into Kuhn. 2 kings. I mean,
Seems like
the
deja
run good
vu.
continues. Obviously, the ace-10 suited didn't perform so well, but
He 3-bet to 425 last time when he had the kings against Malinowski's ace-7 suited. I wonder if he does the same exact sizing. Or does he try to change it a little bit to throw his opponent off? It does seem that Jason Kuhn's frequencies has been high lately. So there's a chance Malinowski reads that as something to play back at. Keep it the same. Consistency is important. 425.
and that's quite a bit of weight to be applied to the shoulders of an ace-8 offsuit. But when you have the big stack every now and again,
Oh, asking about the chip counts. It's like, can I throw in a 4-bet here? Maybe make it like 900,000. Nope. Tell you the third time, he's not going to lay it down.
you never know. Sometimes, do you find yourself tightening your range
Like an honest man.
with each
Very
successive 3-bet that you put in there? You're like, oh man.
That is the kind of a thing that people do think about is, well, maybe you'll-
self-awareness.
Of course.
You know what it looks like out there.
I'm very happy that you folded both times.
The first time you were not happy I folded. This time you're happy.
No, both times I was happy you folded an ace.
I mean, I was like,
I had the same hand both times.
I just all depends what ace you have.
I didn't have an ace.
Two red jacks now for Jason. Is this even real?
1.2.
Getting hit with the deck isn't making that many chips from it, though. There's some blinds and antes, a little bit of raising.
What he's not doing, though, is getting bled out by these blinds, which
Exactly. It's important. It allows you to still open pots without feeling like you'll get played back at. Not enough hand here of 8-5 offsuit.
So fucking sick. That's all the cards here. God damn. Guys need to be on my plan. Get rich.
Maybe make a fortune.
Had kings twice, jacks, ace king.
Really?
Ace 10 clubs, yep.
You have any of these hands?
Huh?
You have any of these hands on?
No, no.
I'm very lucky
I
to.
had just queen 10. every day.
Some of us have to use real cards. We don't have the heart you have.
Referencing that hand that Limitless did on Joel Noel Terrell.
JNT.
Did you see that hand? Man, Limitless called a check raise. He C-bet called a check raise. Huge. Jack 6-6 flush
Yeah.
draw, Queen 10. Jams over a turn bet with Queen 10 high. Just maniacal.
Well, as I've come to understand it, JNT has a naughty and nice list of sorts, friends and enemies. And allegedly, he just decides to play a little bit tougher against people on the enemies list. And my take is that Victor is not on the friends list, and as a result, JNT is maybe giving him some curveballs, throwing some tough stuff his way. But Victor rose to the occasion and sniffed it out.
I think he's still on the enemies list after that hand.
Round and round we go here. Tense moments at the final table. Day 3 of the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event. From North Cyprus, Ali Najad and Randy Liu bringing you this coverage.
Jason again. Now he's like, I've played way too many hands recently. Jack
Yeah,
nine
right,
suited.
right.
I'm going to put it down.
Let me clean up my act.
Because it definitely was a hand he could have potentially raised with
Sure.
all 40 blinds.
Just an instant example of sort of that phenomenon that we talked about in terms of people recognizing what their table image is at any given point in time, which is a fluid thing. The landscape oh so dynamic at these final tables as the stacks deepen and get shallower. As players climb the leaderboard.
That was a very quick limp from Poonsri. 30 big blinds effective. Oh, Nowski, Queen 3, not that great of a hand. All in for 30 blinds. That is muscle.
Wow. On full display is Malinowski's gamble there, just very willing to leverage the big stack as he wags his finger at the Poonsri Open. Queen 3, I mean,
It's just limp.
he has
30
him well
blinds.
covered, but
I know, but I mean, if you're up against a trap, maybe a bit of a live tell or something. I don't know. Because, I mean, Poonsri did, like, kind of snap call. Kind of seemed like maybe if you had aces, kings, you'd think a little bit about what's optimal. I don't know. But that was just, it seems risky, but every time
that's because
Limitless
it was.
every time Limitless makes a play, he just seems very confident about it, and it just always works.
I don't know if it always works, but I definitely
It's
don't
worked
think that
lately.
his results over the course of his career are not the product of his decisions not working. He has garnered tremendous respect amongst his peers in the industry, online, live, and here on the Triton Tour as well.
Arturosian, 15 blinds. Question is raise or just kind of rip it in yourself. Actually going to put in half of his stack. Of course, not folding too many jams, but the idea here is if the players behind you want to go get it in, you can lay down ace queen and potentially get a pay jump.
Every orbit at 4080 costs you 200K. So these pickups here are important. Martirosian with 18 bigs. Randy, if you're wondering where I went, may or may not have been a slightly sleepless night. So I got 4 ice mochas coming our way.
4 ice mochas. Nice.
The only thing
The question is all 4 for you, or do I get one of these?
you get 2.
Okay, nice.
I'll take 2.
You're looking out.
But as we see Hecklin with 10-8 suited, piquing the interest of Punat Punsri's 10-9 suited, we do need Pedro Gargnani here in order to execute the world's most majestic
I can't believe we're still
stirring
talking.
of the I'm just telling you, man. He really,
He knows how to stir.
our Java game is not tight. I'm just Gargnani.
Hey,
Those that don't know what I'm talking about, go back in the archives. The man knows how to drink a coffee.
is he 3-betting this?
He sure is.
Suited. Nice.
480K.
I think he's got the right image to make a play like this. Get extra folds. Yeah, you can see quick fold. It's like, I think he's got it. It's usually not out of line. Really well done. And that's what you want to do with these kind of medium stacks of a solid image. You can put in some 3-bet bluffs. People just give you credit.
Is that a small blind or? You did? Yeah, he was on the.
Well, if you want your fix, there's only one place to get it online and qualify for Triton events. That, of course, is our partner, GG Poker, where the 2022 World Series of Poker Online rages on. 33 bracelets are available. And, of course, a $20 million guarantee 5K that you can satellite your way into. It all happens at GG Poker. They had that mystery bounty as well, where
Yeah.
Scott Ball, who was here at this Triton
Stack
series,
40K
picked up $1
short.
million.
He used that mystery bounty wins as a satellite into these tournaments.
There you go.
35 BBs.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, you got a deal. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. Deal.
You know how hard it is to win that? There's so many entries in that tournament.
I mean,
It must
you
be
can count
nice.
yours too, and if it's 40K short,
Yours easier because basically
it'll just be if it's 40K short or 40K too much.
Ace of spades and
Hooker app. Save it. Save
Not
it.
enough.
There you
Do you want me to tank for a little bit while you figure it out?
go. No, you're good.
Oh.
It'll still be like no matter.
no.
don't sleep on what Henrik Eklund just offered to do, by the way, man. And this is, I mean, it really, I'm not going to allege that, like, oh, at any other poker tournament you don't see this sort of behavior. But there are those who I think sort of feel at ease when they're here, that, you know, everybody's on their best behavior. And Vezhenkov certainly on his all-in behavior. With 2 9s, he is going to jam it. Hecklin calls, pipped with 2 8s. But Hecklin said, hey, do you want me to tank while you figure it out? Whatever it was that Jason Kuhn
Because I have 2.75.
was researching there on the Triton Poker Plus app.
Might be the first hand that Vezhenkov's played at this final table.
I believe it is.
Gets it in good.
Ace, King, 5, all clubs, and Hecklin's clubs are covered.
Yeah, this is very, very
Trying to
safe.
find a way out for you here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing.
Very hard to win.
Just 2 red 8s. What Vezhenkov needs to fade. This is
Not that one.
patience. Could be rewarded. Oh my goodness.
GG, bro.
You play one hand and you get dealt that. Brutal.
I mean, you heard the guy saying, I'm trying to find a way for you to win this pot. It doesn't seem right. And then bingo. So Artem Vezhenkov does
GG, bro.
say his goodbyes, receive the GGs, and along with it, a handsome payout of $366,000 for 8th place, leaving $470K on tap. But the first timer to a Triton series deserved better, Randy.
I mean, he's had multiple cashes. at this Triton series. You know, getting 110 place, 17 place. Here, another big score for Triton series. I'd be pretty happy. Could be better, but could be worse.
There it is. The 8th place payout for Vezhenkov.
So we now get 104K pay jump for the remaining 7 players. 2.6 up top. And top 3 over $1 million. And 4th is just shy of 54K from $1 million itself. Prize pools are huge. 99 entries. Quite a lot for a main event.
In my head, I was gonna say the diamonds, but I went with hearts last.
Yeah, I was like, nope, that one's not in there. You got to tell your buddies they're dead, so when they get there, it's like really great.
Malinowski opens with the 9-6 offsuit. Randy showing perhaps
Nope, let's flip
some
against you.
big stack
Not yet.
boredom there. Azus ace king piles out of the big.
I'm happy I got my drink order in. Thank you, Ali. Do we cheers to that?
We can cheers to that. Let's go ahead and clink glasses here at this final table, and we might be in for the long haul. Sort of been guys tiptoeing for the most part.
We could be in for the long haul, but there's 2 really big stacks who has all the chips. Malinowski, Hecklin.
But they haven't really been like pounding with
True.
any. Granted, that 9-6 offsuit notwithstanding that Malinowski just opened.
Very, very true. But, you know, the 2 short stacks, they went out on their one go at it. We'll see, you know. It is one of those, like in every tournament, it could be fast, it could be short, could be in the middle. Who knows?
You just give us all 3 options, Randy. I mean,
Well,
that
I
was
can't
like
be
the
wrong, right?
That was the Switzerland of predictions. You're like the Linus Lolliger of how long is the final table going to go. Martirosian up front, queen 10 suited. Good enough for the open. Hecklin with an ace. Will defend. He's got the gut shot straight draw and the best hand. Out of position. Starts things off with a check into Martirosian.
Raising from under the gun. You represent, you know, the pairs, the ace-x. It's really hard for the big blind to continue if they don't have any kind of low cards. And it's a min bet, so Hecklin will be continuing here.
Yeah, the mini bet gets mini called. Martirosian would have loved to just take the pot then and there, and instead the 5 on the turn gives Hecklin the 6 high straight. And what he's praying for is that somehow Martirosian has an ace of his own.
Yeah.
And could continue here, of course, as we know. It's effectively the end of the road for Artur, unless, of course, he decides to represent an ace on this texture.
He's actually tanking like he's debating leading out, trying to get multiple streets of value against the ace that might try to play conservatively. Wow, leads out. Like, well, if you've got an ace, since you're raising under the gun, it's very likely I can go for it. And a lot of guys actually don't multi-barrel on the wheel 4 straight. They just kind of think they're up against ace high a lot and just check. So I don't mind that he did go for a lead, trying to get the maximum from an ace.
Well, you take away the opportunity for your opponent to bluff Unless they're bluff raising, which seems so improbable in that particular spot more often than not. But therein
is the
lies
flip
the
side.
downside of the lead. But then
So you kind of need to calculate, okay, yes, I get folds from hands I might bet again, but if I can stack them for the 1.2 million, is it worth more in the long run, the times he is up
Right.
against the ace and doesn't happen to fold it?
and that's the math.
160.
Malinowski now, king 10 suited. Victor says he's living currently between Dubai and Macau. A couple of places we know some high stakes cash
Yeah.
games are getting played with regularity.
No surprise.
When he was asked where he went to school, what college or university or field of study, he said life. Went to Life University.
Yeah, I'm
My field of study is solving life. Limitless life, as he put it. Toughest poker player he says he's ever faced?
200.
He doesn't see it in that way. Every opponent he faces, he says, has strengths and weaknesses. And he rarely thinks about who is tough. Still thinks poker is easy, to be honest. So
I love this guy. Interview. Give me some more info about, more questions. Fire them away.
tell us how you really feel, right? Walked around to Martirosian. Currently living in Voronezh, Russia. Voronezh, I guess, be the more appropriate pronunciation.
2 minutes, max. Yeah, you get it. I trust you. There's people that can count them. I'm really gonna beat them.
Comes with the limp. Punsri.
Okay. Well,
A clack of the chips.
it's a new style check.
Yeah, I was just thinking that's why I was so amused. You don't see it every day. And top pair against second pair is a nice development for Punsri.
Yeah, this is some action flop for blind versus blind.
Artur checks it.
It's going to be hard to lay down 10-8 for at least 2 straights. Jack 5 still vulnerable, worthy of a bet. 3 overcards could come. You know, of course you don't love it when you see an overcard, but can't be folding middle pairs, blind versus blind.
Half pot sizing, lays 3-1, and Martirosian makes the call. Up to 480 in the middle. Turn doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it does bring some potential backdoors. Maybe if Punsri had a hand like 7-9, he'll feel obligated to put a multi-barrel in, picking up open-ended now. With Jack 5, you're going to be pretty confident in continuation betting. Continuing on the turn as well. You can see reaching for chips. This is tough because you've only got 535k remaining if you happen to make this call. It kind of sounds like, am I supposed to just commit it now? Do I call and decide on the river and just hope it goes check in case I'm up against a better Nate? Maybe his opponent will be a little gun shy.
Artur's doing a little math. Seems like it's following exactly along the lines that you described, Randy. He decides the flat is still a viable approach. Another 600,000 into the middle and no improvement for the 10-8 as the backdoor flush shows up. And that 9 does interact with a lot of the sort of straight draws that maybe Punsri would have barreled a couple of times with and might have made 9s or that straight. Instead, Punsri with the Jack 5 decides to check back, and that showdown, Martirosyan gets the bad news. Has over $1 million. Slides over to Punsri. Punsri now with 4th place chips. Average stack currently $3.5 million. Good for 44 bigs. Check that, it's 3rd place chips for Punsri, as he clicked ahead of Jason Kuhn. And as you look at the chip distribution here, Martirosyan slipping down to 5 big blinds, and the person who could really stand to benefit the most, or the people, Malinowski and Hecklin, putting the handcuffs on those middling stacks. Not a foreign concept. We've talked about it before, where all 4 of those guys from 30 to 23 or 33 to 23 blinds know exactly what's going on, and yet they're powerless to do anything about it for the most part, as it would be simply inappropriate to overlook the pay jumps at this point forward. On tap, the 470, 125K more if you can sneak into 6th for 595, and then of course the gaps get bigger and bigger from there.
Yeah, those stacks aren't the top 2. Really need to just say, okay, Artur, why don't you just get it in, bust out, let us collect another 125,000, then we'll continue to play some cards.
But they don't mind him being out there. They
I mean,
like
the
that
big
super
stacks
small.
like it, but not. I'll tell you, Wayne, Greg, and Jason Kuhn,
the 4 stacks that are in
like,
the middle hate the presence of the 5
it's your
bigs.
turn,
Yeah.
please.
It's the 2 big ones that are like, Artur, hang tough, stick around, buddy. You know,
survive a little
drinks
bit.
on me.
No, I think it's 5125.
Yeah. Not good for Artur.
Definitely bad news to have the blinds going up after you lose a pot.
Looking good if ace queen.
So Hecklin applies pressure with the real hand.
This seems like trouble for ace 8.
Especially because he knows that it is Hecklin and Malinowski that are most likely to be opening somewhat wide.
Yes, exactly. It's the guy with 60 blinds can raise really random hands,
Yeah.
weaker aces.
Yeah.
You also want to, when you make a decision here, it's, okay, who's the next shortest and how many blinds does he have? And you'll see that he's got, what, 20-something blinds. So, yeah, there's no chance they're not going to wait for me. So now's the time. Kind of just go for it. If you think that your hand is way above average against the opening range, which it should be from the cutoff and dealer button.
So Martirosyan.
It's like you can't decide what size to make it. Okay, they'll just get it and keep it simple.
Okay, yeah, he clicked 3-bet it, which not entirely clear to me
Maybe
why the choice to click 3-bet, but regardless, Hecklin was like, let's go. Martirosyan obviously made a commitment that was too big. You were saying, Randy.
No, just saying, let's not calculate it. Let me just keep it simple and push you in now.
Yeah. Yeah, once the chips were pushed forward, it didn't really matter how much you made it. Hecklin's like, look, how about all of it? And the ace-8 comes up empty on the 9-5 deuce board. Advantage Hecklin, 1.32 in the middle. And the fate of the Russian hanging in the balance. Board pairs. And now we anti-sweat the 8. That big, beautiful red one already hit the river once to create a problem. And on this occasion, the board double pairs. So take a seat, ace-8, as the chop comes in.
What a survival.
Hecklin doesn't appear too upset.
Bad lucky.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. But, you know, Limitless is like, it's not so bad if this guy hangs around like you mentioned earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, 1 out.
Because he said heart and you said you had a heart.
Yeah, he said, how about the 8 of hearts? I looked at him and said, nah, that one's not coming.
The other one can.
Is Kuhn
I guess if it's in there something.
copping to an oversight by us that last time that 8 of diamonds came off on the river, creating a set
Yeah.
that Kuhn had folded
It's not like it's never gonna
the
come
8 of
over.
hearts
Get
when it was
set?
8s versus 9s and Veshnikov got showered
Yeah.
by Eklund?
Yeah, I think you're right.
So it was a pure one-outer?
He didn't want to say anything
That's
then.
so nasty.
That is nasty.
I do appreciate the don't say anything. Like pre-flop, when I got that ace-king, the guy's like, oh, I folded an
We
ace.
all folded an ace, guys.
Actually, no. It's when you have the queens and the other guy has the ace-king, and then the ace shows up on the flop, and you're like, oh, man, I had an ace, too. Like, is there any other things you want to tell me that are going to make me feel better right now?
Yeah, I also folded an ace.
Look at Malinowski.
Wow. 8-4 offsuit. Big raise.
And
Hey,
a big hand
Arthur's
for Young.
He does. It is a hand where normally you'd want to reshove,
Okay.
but Arthur has got 6 blinds.
Got to respect the ICM.
Just keep it slow. Not worth the risk, even though it would work often.
Malinowski flops top pair. What a dreamy board for this hand.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The 4 of hearts works as well.
Dreamy. Yeah, it's hard to say for 8-4 offsuit, but somehow it's got it.
Yeah, right?
Let's see what it decides to bet. Oh, did he just bet pot? Top pair 4 kicker? Wow. Okay. Hard to play against Limitless. Because many different sizes. Can't really read into it like, oh, small means this, big means that.
Yeah, he's a little bit all over the place. And I'm not saying that in sort of a, a condescending way at all. It's just doesn't really have a subscription to the generally adopted solver school of thought at times, with like some real deviations that make you wonder whether or not he knows something we don't know. And when I say we, I'm not
Well, you know what?
referring to
Solvers-
myself, you and I.
Solvers tend to have like, well, maybe it often bets 33%. You know, it's got some bet sizes for paw and 75 just at a very low frequency. So maybe Limitless's live solver just works really well because, we see those variations, whereas most other pros just know, generally speaking, we bet third pot here.
Punsry with the 10 of diamonds at minimum.
He really hasn't been shy of playing pots lately with this middling stack.
Uh-oh.
Trouble.
Wayne Young, who was second in chips coming in and has since slipped down to 6th of 7 players.
All in must be to play here if ace king suited.
Yeah.
Anything smaller, you might actually induce a race for no reason.
Jam City, shy of the 100K that Wayne leaves himself behind, just in case Kuhn blasts off behind him and he needs to do something drastic. Time bank being utilized as Punsry puts his hand into the muck. I like the way that Wayne carries himself at the table, Randy. Like composure that I think kind of defies his years. But
He's
to be
very
fair,
calm.
we have a number of guys that are regulars in the super high roller streets that are still in their 20s and have managed to figure out how to detach themselves from the gravity of the sums that we play for. One way is obviously be an early adopter into crypto and hold.
And hold, yes. Not hold at release at the wrong times.
Listen, I'm the nutbag, you know. Oh, Ali got into Ether at 34 cents. Yeah, but I sold it at 68 and thought I was a genius. No, I'd have never done crypto. But, you know, the two-bagger, in the crypto streets, it's not like stocks. Two-bagger, three-bagger, in the stock streets, it's a big deal. In crypto, they're like, that's Tuesday. Like, what do you, relax. How much do you think that the sort of crypto era and a lot of the stratospheric rise of some of these coins, altcoins, you know, mainstream coins, stable coins, whatever it is, have correlated to the presence of some of these super high roller tournaments? You know,
I
people
think it's
just
very important.
made a
Yeah.
lot.
Like, you know, if you have a dry spell in one of these series, you could be in for like $500,000 or so, right? Like,
Right.
you need to be able to sustain these kind of swings. You know, when a lot of these guys are invested in crypto, a lot of poker players, and even some of these businessmen, you know, they come and show up like they've made a lot of money and want to splash around a bit. It's definitely very important. Without it, I'm not so sure we would see so many high-stake tours with so many events.
A couple of dusty jack highs are squaring off here on a paired two-tone board after the 10 of hearts arrives. No post-flop betting as yet.
Jack highs, it's got a little bit of showdown value. Not great, but is a high card. It's also one of those board textures that's hard to get a better card, better hand to fold. Let's see if Kuhn thinks Jack high is enough. Or does he need to turn into bluff?
Jack.
All the way down they go after that backdoor heart arrived.
Nice hand. You played it perfectly.
It was calling.
Six deuce offsuit, not going to be enough up front for Martirosian, as everybody is sort of awaiting him to make a move. He'll be in the big blind next hand, and of course be on the hook for the ante as well. So a double big blind of sorts. But in the interim, Bernard Punsri returns a 7 to the muck, and Malinowski will open with King 10 suited.
Fold.
Connected, suited, big stack. Okay. Let's complete the action, close it.
If 9-6 is connected in your world,
connected.
and you're one of these guys that's like, you know,
9-5 suit is also connected.
my stuff, just stop with the connect. Well, somewhat of a connection here. Backdoor hearts and a gut shot straight draw for Hecklin is checked to him. See, the 9-6 being connected to me is like suggesting that your second cousin is immediate family. No, they're not. They're your second cousin.
Yeah, but this actually is connected. You can make a straight. And, you know, your second
Okay.
cousin is your family.
It's loose connections.
C-bet here. 350. Actually, 3.5 big blind, so more than normal.
Yeah, into the 550.
You tend to see bigger bets a little bit more with deeper stacks as well. You threaten a lot more. But
Look at Hecklin,
yeah, can't
willing
shake
to
'em.
get involved. Let's not forget Martirosian is out there with a very lean stack. 4 spades doesn't change anything in terms of the actual holdings.
That is a quick check around. Brick.
Yeah, running pair.
Hackman gonna be able to steal this spot? Just needs to bet enough, right? King high. Have trouble doing anything. Guess Heckman's like, okay, do you have like a one pair type hand? Or do you just have a high card where maybe I don't need to bet so much?
75.
Oh, that's really small.
Careful,
Small bets make things happen, don't they?
Listen, against a guy like Malinowski, careful being cute. JNT learned the hard way.
Yeah, cutesy does kind of invite maybe calls or raises a little bit more often than not. Oh, he's reaching for more than 275 chips.
I don't know why I had this sense, man, that Malinowski's just one of these guys. It's like this 275, more often than not, can't take the heat.
Yeah, this 275 looks like actually an 8x or a 5x. In this case, it is 9 high, but those million chips is a lot if Heckman just had a little pair. Wow, lays it down. I mean, sure, yes, the king high was the best hand, but you can see Malinowski's definitely got a lot of game to make that play.
Because like,
But whether or not the king high is the best hand is irrelevant because certainly Malinowski didn't raise thinking that he was doing so for value. This is, I'm absolutely trying to clear hands that have me beat.
Yeah, and maybe him holding king 10, raising is a bit better than calling because you're blocking the straight draws with the 10, right? You want to pick off the 9-10, the queen 10.
Right.
So that's more reason to raise.
Because the likelihood that your opponent is in their value range goes up.
He goes up for sure, like a 5 or 8 in that spot. Yeah, wow. It's just, this guy just play after play making like big moves with nothing.
Punsri, far from nothing, up front. A little north of the mini raise to 250 as opposed to the generally adopted 200.
Fold.
Ace 5 on the button for Azu.
No, thank you.
Remember, Martirosyan is out there in the big, and he's got an ace in that big.
I like call here. You're against under the gun. You can stop and go, maybe get some better hands to potentially fold post flop. Yeah, he's gonna make the call here. Not looking to fold most flops, but you know, sometimes opportunities present itself where you can create a better situation.
And the situation has gotten much better for Artur Martirosyan, who is so fortunate to hit the side card and have backdoor hearts to boot in case something awful happens.
He did.
So 1.2 million
275.
in the middle as Punsri's ace king now loses an out, courtesy of the 4 of hearts on the turn.
We've seen sick rivers before.
Yeah, we have.
Can Artur fade the 2 outer?
almost.
He can, although
275.
it's a little dangerous.
That is some survival for Artur. Seems to get in ace X a lot. He got in against a dominated spot, chopped it. Now he gets it in, well, I mean, he got in good on the flop, but you know what I mean, ace 8 versus ace king. He's a survivor.
Not a thriver just yet, but a survivor. Fair.
Welcome to event number 10, the 30K short deck event.
What was it? 5 o'clock?
We're going to start this tournament in 1 minute. You are welcome to start taking seats.
So 1.25 million in front of Martirosyan leaves him with 13 big blinds, and that does sort of change the landscape mildly here. Randy, the 5 bigs, obviously we anticipate any participation will be for all of it, but with 13 bigs, there's slightly more playability.
Yeah, definitely waiting room now for him. Next guy has 22 blinds and 23. So those guys might potentially look for a little bit more opportunities to rejam, given they know that Archer can wait around a bit more. Then again, the separation is quite large where, you know, they might just wait him out still. Ace rag on ace rag.
King 6-3, 2-heart board. Punsri comes with the check, and Victor goes to work.
Punsri hasn't laid this one down. Seems suspicious of the big stack. C betting probably his whole range on this board texture, but then again, just got ace too high. Just seems so easy, he just keeps chipping up. Or Victor Malinowski, our chip leader. %36% of all the chips in play.
That is a mighty stack. Sitting in front of a mighty player in Victor Malinowski. Now, under the gun, ace 10 for Wayne Hyung, who has been spectating since taking that blow from Jason Kuhn, and he just puts it right into the muck, Randy.
A bit snug, I would say. Just feels a bit uncomfortable with the situation. Seems like he's still on the mindset of waiting out Artur Martirosyan. I wouldn't fault him for raising there. I think he would get a good amount of credit too, given he's kind of been staying out of the way a bit. Archer has been going for pots, and King 9 suited. Half the chips go in, trying to steal those blinds.
Is this the calm before the storm? Just feels like we haven't seen the big collision. But again, when you look at the chip distributions, story checks out.
Yeah, you're not going to see like number 1 and number 2, like, let's just get it in.
Henrik and Victor did play that pot. I mean, you know, with Henrik
True.
getting cued on the end and then Malinowski
Yeah, that is very true.
just speaking up. But
Limitless is not afraid to put in chips.
No,
He's like, if it's
no.
my time
yeah,
with my bluff, then you
he's
got
ready
me.
to go.
And having said that, look at his King 9 offsuit, 21 blinds, rip it in. He's just leaning on the whole table, including Hecklin, right, with that play.
Well, no one's given him any reason, really, Randy, to sort of do otherwise. Would you agree?
I certainly agree. He doesn't feel the pressure. Didn't his interview say that poker's easy? Well, he's showing it right now.
No kidding.
The first level, anti-500 was an anti of 1,000. Best of luck. Edith, toughness.
Short deck. Looks terrible.
How come there's no half and half?
There was once. Me and Jungle got heads up and he beat me. He wouldn't stop talking shit about it.
Sounds like
Seen lusting.
Ozu, King Jack offsuit. 2 1/4 to skate.
You're gonna win, brother.
And Kuhn declares him a winner
people make mistakes, Jason. Like
officially
you 3-bet someone calls,
by folding his big.
and you think you're playing short deck. It's probably just like deuce, 4.
One time in Montenegro, there was a traveling cash game there, and they only played full deck, but for 3 hours.
But with the short deck.
Oh, yeah.
3
For like a
hours
good
they only
1
played
hour.
with a short deck and just like it was $1 million pot every hand. They're like, what is going on? Like,
Oh, this
Yeah.
was streamed, right?
no, these were just
I
like a
think
private.
Shanghai was the first one to figure it out.
Yeah,
I
everybody's
think
like,
so.
No way.
yeah, everybody's like, this is like everybody's running so hot. It's like every draw is getting there. What is going on? Like 3 hours later, somebody's like, hold up, I haven't seen a 5 yet.
What the fuck?
That's definitely going to make for a spicy no-limit game if you're playing with a short deck. Deuces through 5 stripped out.
Yeah, that would be spicy. But then again, you know, everyone's playing the same rules, so it is fair.
Speaking of short deck, the $30,000 short deck, the first of several, to make up the second half of our North Cyprus Festival, is underway just behind the desk. And the champion in that short deck main event, along with the champion here, will be crowned with the Triton Epic X watch, a 44mm skeleton timepiece made exclusively for the Triton Tour by Jacob & Co. Past champions to have worn the watch, Henrik Hecklin, who has it on right now, and Stephen Chidwick, who is registered for that 30K short deck.
Ace king ever. Jack through it.
A little bit connected.
Oh, God. The fact that you looked up at me and said it in that tone meant you knew I wasn't having any of that statement. A little bit connected. It was 8-4. Come on.
Ace 10, let's go. I guess you just make it like 3.5x or so. 3x. Trying to invite some plays. If he gets jammed on, I doubt he'd be folding this. It's intention to commit all the
trap.
chips.
No trap?
No.
Sometimes.
But he was connected, Henrik. He was really connected.
No, I didn't say really connected. I was somewhat connected. That's the right term.
Really
We don't trap.
No, exactly.
We just want to sit up.
Good cards only, no bluff. Honest poker players.
French people are, they're honest men, but in poker they're like, you know. Poker is different. I'm actually 25% French. Don't insult my people.
Are you? Oh, shit.
Granddad.
You speak?
No, maybe really.
Henrik is 25% French. Learn something new.
Yeah, gave us a little personal 23andMe test result there. Ozu. 2 kings. Now that
550.
is a connected hand there. It gets no more connected than
Dude,
when you have the same card.
that king 9 offsuit, it's somewhat connected though.
Malinowski's 200K open has been 3-bet to 550.
You should.
He'll get out of there. I love this guy. This guy's just got a permanent smile on his face. He's having a blast out here.
He seems the most calm, like happy. Small
Well,
table.
If I'm being fair, he also seems, based on the presence of and style of those
That's why.
Yeah.
sunglasses,
Mm-hmm.
It's but to bluff now.
It's rocking him
to
well.
be the most likely to have received some calming assistance
Much better.
prior to play.
I think you had
I see what you mean.
If you're picking up what I'm putting down.
I think I do.
Nothing wrong with it. Poker has yet to form a governing body to address any what would be deemed PEDs. better than what is needed for Malinowski to open up front. King, queen, and trouble as Punsri in the big with ace, queen suited off of 2 million.
I normally would be worried about an undergun open. Then I look at who's opening, and I look at his chip stack, and I'm like, gonna push it all in.
Well, time bank being deployed by Punsri here.
Yeah, I mean, guess he's a little uncomfortable given the positions, given that Artur Martharosen is short. Double check. Still a good hand. Nice. It's the right play.
Malinowski asking for a count.
Yeah, he's going to see it's too much. Also, maybe trying to dissuade Punsri from making these plays in the future. Put a little sweat in there. Seems like it would be a bit ambitious call to call here. Big blind versus undergun, even stronger.
I think a little bit of this has to do with the fact that he recognizes Punsri as a guy that doesn't necessarily need to be
Suited call.
He said
sitting on
suited
that
call.
really
Queen?
upper crust. Wow.
Show some respect. No, it's good. Happy call. Happy call.
So Punsri said, "Did you have ace queen?" Malinowski is saying that's disrespect for me to fold that hand.
Well, it also suggests that he perceives himself as garnering a lot of respect out there. Little updated peek at the chip counts. Martyrosian, one point rather, he was down to 5 bigs, sits with 12, and then you got all the 20-something stacks. Hecklin, better than 2-1 over third place, and then Malinowski up top. Hasn't really been able to abuse the field, and on multiple attempts to kind of open pots or whatever, he's found himself either played back at or not able to get the showdown and
Yeah, but you know, he's
pick up
chipping
chips.
up, so it probably isn't really crossing his mind like, oh, I'm not making some aggressive 3 bets or whatnot. And, you know, whenever he opens, he generally does get respect still. No need to force anything just because you got a big stack.
Ace Queen pops up again, this time off suit and in the lap of Wayne Hyung. Limitless will defend. Comes up empty on this flop. Can't say the same for Wayne. Top pair, top kicker with 550 in the middle.
You're going to see people see bet this around a third pot often. Pretty clean board. The stack size of 20 blinds tends to not bet too big. Quarter pot.
Considerable downsizing.
Kind of makes sense too to downsize against the big stack too, who could splash around.
Not only that, but with this hand on that flop.
Yeah, what are you worried about a king exactly?
Maybe we presume that the 4 and the 6 don't interact with too much of Malinowski's defend range, although obviously the big stack is going to be more willing to play some pots with you with a wider array of holdings.
Yeah, sometimes it's just a continuation bet and fold. You can't beg for action every single hand. Coon's been a little quiet lately. 10-7, going straight into the muck.
Well, he's cooled off since picking up kings and jacks and ace kings
The
every other hand.
distribution is evening out, huh?
Yeah, he front-loaded his run good at this final table. At least it would appear that way for the time being. Punsri. Paint on the button.
$2.7. 2.7.
No takers. Well, Randy, this is the last of the No Limit Hold'em events here in the North Cyprus series. And how many of the Western players, in particular maybe the first-timers, do you anticipate are going to stick around for the second part of the program and work their way into the short deck streets? Is it fairly limited in scope?
It's definitely limited, but I know there are some of these guys who showed up just to play. Maybe they had some things to do in the earlier part of this series. But, you know, there's more and more of these no-limit pros are coming to realize that there's a lot of, you know, value and gamble in short deck, where mathematics is very important. ICM is very important in the tournament structure of it. And even some of these, like, players that love to play short deck, while they have a lot of experience in the game in itself, may not understand the ICM as well. So that's where some of these Westerners kind of can create an edge.
I want to say more of the guys that play short deck will also play No Limit versus those who play No Limit being willing to venture out and play short deck.
That is very, very true. And definitely was something we will be touching up on throughout the week about some of these guys exhibiting that. But on to this hand real quick. Yeah, Queen 9.
Being outflopped by the Queen 5 of Jason Kuhn, who defended his big against the Malinowski Open and now faces a follow-through of 150,000 into 550. Does take one off. That's another 300,000 slides into the middle, and now two-tone texture.
Malinowski really has no connection here. But he's a man that doesn't need much of a hand to reach for chips and blast away. Gosh, it's so annoying to play against Limitless in these tense big payout tournaments. Kuhn lays it down with the best hand.
Yeah, that Queen 5 really didn't consider too many cards on the river to be of the type that would allow him to continue in the face of what might be another bet from Malinowski. So aggression on display there by a guy who is no stranger to it.
How big of a bluff? Medium bluff? Small bluff?
I mean, I feel like Limitless has not won a pot with, like, winning.
Like a real hand?
With the made hand, right? Like, all the chips he's won has been just bluffing away and just raising and taking it down.
Well, sometimes you got to create your own opportunities out here, right? Punsri, King 10 offsuit, shoots it up. Suited king for Azu in the big. Off of 2.4 million.
See if he decides to play this one or if he's going to be cautious. He is up against a guy who doesn't have the chips to blast away as much, so maybe he can see a little bit more turns and rivers, and does flop open-ended with the 3. This is a very, very hard board for... Wow, okay, we're just going to lead out into it.
Interesting.
It's kind of the board that hits his range more than the hijack open off of a 25 big blind stack. Does Punsri maybe see this as weakness, or does he just get away because if I'm wrong, toss in 500,000-600,000 chips and I'm down to 15 blinds? You know, it's very important to kind of leverage those stacks against, especially against opponents that can't really risk as much.
It's PLO style, right?
A little more than a little 6.
So Punsri dismissed. Does King 10 really know where to go in that spot? Nice choice of line from Ozu.
Like they need to pretend they don't know what happened, but this is see missing, you know? So
Yeah, maybe they actually didn't see. I don't know.
Yeah.
This game.
Three folds in front of Jason Kuhn's button.
Pass.
And he too will put his hand into the muck.
You win.
I win. Oh.
Oh, Henrik could have done without a walk there. King 10
Hey,
suited.
yeah.
Would have been happy to play one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way the pace this final table is going lately, it seems more of the grinding it out. Not, people aren't really attacking that much. Everyone trying to maintain their stack a little bit. As Malinowski winning a little bit more pots than the rest of the table. They're basically trying to wait out Artem Arthurozin, who is slowly dwindling down.
Raised to 200,000 from guess who, the chip leader. King 7 suited on this occasion.
Yeah, you can see he's getting like some decent hands to fold King Jack, King 10, straight into the muck. Limitless just, doesn't it just seem like one of the perfect screen names for like a poker player? Just playing no limit hold'em, limitless hold'em.
really.
I'm trying to think of the funniest screen names I've ever seen in online poker. The trouble is it's been so long since I played. Literally not a hand of online poker on a poker site since Black Friday in the US, which is when
I want to know what your
things
name
shut
was
down.
then. It was something ridiculous, wasn't it?
You don't remember we played together on Ultimate Bet?
Yeah, but what was your name? No, I don't
How could you
remember.
not-
Just
We
because I
did.
didn't treat you as a real player.
Nano Noko. My name was Friggin' Donk.
Are
don't
you
remember this?
Are you serious right
I'm
now?
dead serious. It was Friggin' Donk.
Well, I just assume you described yourself perfectly. I didn't need to remember that name. Freaking donk. Okay.
Do you have a favorite online screen name that you came across during your exploits over the years? One that really made you laugh?
I haven't played in a while either, so now that I know there are some. I'll have to get back to you on that. Freaking donk, though. Super freaking donk. He was bad now that I think about it.
Friggin' Donk was a big winner.
Let's look at this
The
hand
limit
fast.
hold'em streets. Don't change the subject on me, Randy. All right?
Well, Archer's in the tank with King 8 suited. So he's debating that maybe it's good against the dealer button open. Dealer button opening off 5.4 million. Should be wide against a 10 and 22 big blind stack. Maybe he thinks he's got the best hand?
Every now and again he does. I mean, Malinowski's absence in the pot, coupled with the button and the second biggest stack at the table, all do come together to encourage Hecklin to make this move with a wider array of hands than a suited ace. And given that reality, this suited king could feel a lot stronger as we see Martirosyan making the commitment with a 3-bet to 600,000.
So Hecklin here. You're not excited about ace-5 suited, but something that would cross my mind is that he took some time to 3-bet me, so maybe he's got a marginal spot, and maybe ace-5 suited's okay against like the king X suited, the queen jacks.
And you see Hecklin asking for the rest of it. Martirosyan begrudgingly obliges, realizing that if Hecklin's doing that, chances are he's doing it with better than king 8. So Artur needs to double here to stay alive with 7 players left in the main. 2.1 million chip pot. He's on his feet. Will the flop help him get off of them and back into his seat? The answer thus far is a resounding no, as Hecklin flops top pair. Martirosyan could find himself drawing dead. Hecklin actually has aces and 5s. And on the turn, it's a wrap. Does not matter what the river brings. Artur Martirosyan is out of here. GG's abound. And
well played. Good
Yeah,
run.
it's a nice run for him. I think he's going to be thinking about that ace-queen suited he fold.
Sure.
Against Greg Ozo, right? He had the ace-10 suited or so.
that was very early on.
Yeah,
You're right.
Very key pot.
Well, Martirosyan did enjoy one double. Thought he might be able to loosen his collar a touch afterward, but instead he ends up collecting $470,000 courtesy of this 7th place finish, which now leaves us 6-handed in the main. $595,000 will be the on-tap payout as you see the jump from 6th to 5th. Not at all insignificant. 160,000 roughly.
Pass.
Yeah, so now that
Right,
Artur is
they're
gone, there's 3 guys with the same stack at the bottom, 21, 22 big blinds. Should be a bit of a grind, but these guys will realize that there's no one to really wait for. Try to outpace each other a bit.
What's up, dude?
You see the queen 10 now happily opening.
How we doing?
Look at 9-8 suited. It's coming along here. Things are very different when you lose that short stack.
I mean, isn't it incredible? It didn't take any time at all for us to the climate change, basically. It was just instant. The ice cap melted, and all of a sudden the seas rose, and we've got ourselves some friskiness as Queen 10 comes up short of 8-9 on the King 8-7 board. Punsri will check. Ozu barrels through for 300,000.
Doesn't surprise me that he's c-betting on a king high board. Off the 20 blinds, you know, ace king's a 3-bet jamming, king queen suited's a 3-bet jamming. It's pretty hard for Punsri to be holding a king in this spot. So it makes sense that he's applying pressure. Good call. The middle pair and potential. Back up. Got a backdoor flush draw.
Punsri's second check, and now Ozu deciding what sort of line he wants to take from here forward, and it's going to involve a second barrel.
Yeah, and the reason he's second barreling is like what I said earlier, is that it's so hard for Punsri to have a king X hand off 20 blinds from the small blind. Now, the big blind's very different, but small blind, people play a little bit more snug.
Is there anything to be made of the fact that Ozu does block both of the flush draws, and that's kind of suboptimal in terms of the likelihood that Punsri is...
It's a bit important, but I feel like he thinks he's up against some kind of middling hand a lot. You know, whether it's 8-9. I don't know, I feel like pocket 9s with 3-bet jam pre, so maybe discounting that. Maybe he thinks he's up against...
Well, in that way,
know,
then,
it's
Randy,
tough. It's tricky.
Is it beneficial for him to be able to stick Punsri on a middling hand? Because now we know what we're up against. We know what it's going to take to maybe put that hand into the muck. We're not so scared of the fact that we're beat because we understand what it may take to put that hand into the muck.
Yeah,
It
certainly.
informs us a bit.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Are those calling chips? Those are calling chips. Huh. I'd be thinking about why Ponsri left behind 1 million into a pot of 2.6 million. Like, is it weak? A king would jam a lot.
Oh, what
Hits
a
it.
beautiful river for Ponsri as he makes the backdoor flush. And with 1 million back and 2.6 million out there, is Ponsri going to hope that Azu's got a third barrel in him and check?
Yeah, the question is, do I put it in myself and hope for crying calls given how short I am, or do I think I'm going to get multi-barreled off?
Let my man hang himself.
He seems a little bit excited to hit his hand. The ace is a scary card. It's supposed to improve the cutoff range more than the small blind flatting range. But maybe he thinks King X will sometimes call off. Ace X might just side check it back, given it just looks a little scary. Doesn't
Sure.
want to let that through. Maybe he's like, I'm going to just represent some YOLO heart misdraw, look scary kind of play. He's really thinking about it. It makes me think he wants to put in chips himself when he takes this long.
But the question is, off of 1 million with 2.6 out there, what is the right amount of chips to put in myself? Obviously, 1 million is still, in relation to the pot, not a massive bet.
Yeah, he would have to put in all the chips.
Yeah. And
Almost
that's what
all.
he does. Snap fold there from Azu, and Ponsri might instantly be regretting his choice because obviously,
I think that was a decent card for Azu to continue to multi-barrel.
tend to agree. Though
He got a bit excited when he hit that flush, I think.
Ponsri did, yeah. Not a given, of course, that Azu would have come with a bet on the end there. And on that note, we will head to a break as we give you a look with the blinds at 50 and 125,000 at the final 6 and how they stack up. 3 players with sub-20 bigs, and then some gaps between third, second, and first as Wiktor Malinowski, the chip leader coming in, continues to maintain that chip lead. $2.6 million awaiting a home up at the top of the payouts. $595,000 on tap for 6th place as we welcome you back to our break desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, from what we've seen thus far, we have this turning point. Artur Martirosyan checking out and suddenly has cleared the path for a little bit more exciting poker, hasn't he?
Yeah, in these bottom stacks, we're playing about 20 big blinds, decide to play some post flop, and immediately after Artur busted, you see these two guys playing some bit of marginal hands, kind of going for it, multi-barreling. There's opportunity to try to out-chip someone. But, you know, we might have recreated that situation with Greg or Azo just losing that pot and becoming the clear short stack, but it really has been the Wiktor Malinowski show.
Yeah,
he has raised and made plays over and over again.
Jason Kuhn came out of the gates white hot. We thought maybe he was going to get his stack up to a place where he could join Henrik Eklund and the likes of Wiktor Malinowski in terms of some abuse of the rest of the field, but didn't quite manage to follow through. Sits currently 5th in chips right now. Obviously, the kind of depth where he would love to get himself off of the bottom end of this 6-person distribution over here. Wayne Hyung was 2nd in chips. Randy now finds himself 4th with 17 bigs. He's been awfully quiet.
I mean, ever since he made that kind of big bluff against Jason Kuhn and lost a good amount of chips with the Queen 5 against the flop flush, you know, he's been quiet and, you know, understand. I don't want to say he's shaking, but he's thinking about that play. It's like, you know, now I've got this 20 big blind stack. The card's played himself a bit more now.
Yeah.
Until he potentially gets a few reshoves through and potentially a double up.
So not shaken, but maybe a little bit stirred, if you will. And on that note, I will bid you all adieu as it is time for me to give way to Henry Kilbane, who will take you through the home stretch. Randy, I know you'll be here for some of that. Obviously, we're going to be crowning a champion right here at this main event from North Cyprus before the night is over. Short deck underway as well. Don't go anywhere. Plenty more coverage still to come from Merit Royal Diamond Resort and Casino. I'll see you in a bit.
He is going to just complete the hand.
Yeah, and that's going to be enough to get Davies' stack into the middle.
A little bit of a time bankroll, but never folding. Maybe occasionally someone busts another table, I guess is what he's waiting for.
And sure enough, Davies goes as deep into the shot clock as he can before making the call with top pair and the gut shot. It was never a function of thinking about whether or not he wanted to make this call, but rather, as you mentioned, Randy, seeing if he can get another confrontation to develop at the outer table. And developments here have grown grim for Davies, who now needs a 10, 9, or a 7 after Malinowski turned the ace clubless. After the fourth one shows up on the river, Davies is showered in 10th place. $225,000 will be going his way to add to his over $3 million in career earnings. Sportsmanship.
A lot of these other guys are just used to playing home games and they're like, you know, looking at them easily. It's like, yeah, it's 100K, but it still feels a little home gamey to me.
Oh, fair play, certainly. Front and center.
Horace, King 9 offsuit, sitting on 10 blinds. Pushes it in, going for it. Trying.
Man's got some gamble.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit
15?
gamble. Sixes.
Oh, 690.
Considering he's got $2 million, he might think it's a decent spot, because if he loses 600K, it's not so bad. Horace would jam any ace, I would think, in this spot. So ace-5, ace-4, ace-3, ace-deuce. Dominate very well. Little pocket pairs. Wow, makes the call. Well done.
Watch out
Malinowski
against this, 'cause, like,
staying out of the way with that
yeah,
ace-deuce
because,
suited,
like,
by the way.
hand is weird.
So Punsri will be the man that gives Horace Y a spin here early.
Yeah, I'll
Good
do
luck. Yeah, because like you know, I don't look, but
2 overs for Horace. Can he connect with the king or the 9? The answer is no so far, as Punsri's set of 6s will leave Horace in need of running straight or flush cards. 1.35 million chip pot.
Wow.
And quad
Good
6s
game,
will be overkill as Horace Way draws dead.
good game.
Punat Punsri giving us our first victim
Good game, bro. Nice
of
room.
the final table. Plenty
Yeah,
of
I mean, that's not bad, because that's not
congratulatory
always
love
like
being
because-
shown
Maybe I
to Horace,
Yeah,
who was the
yeah,
short
yeah.
stack,
because
and
if I had
his
something-
departure
I mean, I didn't look,
will come with a
I haven't did anything,
$280,000 gift wrap
so randomly could check.
payout and a pay jump of $86,000 to the remainder of the field, $366,000. Will go to the players from this point forward.
You're gonna go down against quads.
If you're gonna go down in that dope Louis Vuitton sweater.
I really like it.
And we'll see if Horace does have a flush draw. Not the greatest one.
It is something. He's at queen high. What's important here is that Kuhn is playing off 1.1 million stack when I think Kuhn would jam almost all ace X's when Wayne limps the small blind with this stack size. So we can kind of throw that ace out of Jason Kuhn's range. And you can see Wayne may potentially throw in multiple barrels because of that. Targeting
80K.
like a king or deuce.
80K bet does get called. Another 160 into the pot. Now a Broadway draw added to the fray for Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne's got a lot of kind of weakish draws. But the thing is, we're playing very wide ranges. This limp pot. So Kuhn can have a lot of weak hands that doesn't want to continue. Say a deuce X. Or maybe he's got a spade. With, you know, that just can't really handle the heat. Like a queen. 8 of spades, something like this. And wow, Wayne firing again. Small bet.
Dreamy stuff for Kuhn, by the way.
Yeah, Kuhn's not worried about his hand. The question is, how do I extract the most value? If I raise now, it does seem like he'd be very strong. Because he shouldn't logically be raising anything but a good hand. So that's why he's calling here. He thinks that he can extract most value by flatting and slow playing.
Obviously some vulnerability to his hand in the event that another spade were to have come off. Not in reality, given that Hyung only has the 5 of spades, but in terms of board texture. And Kuhn's flush being reduced to a 1-card 8. Meanwhile, 700,000 in the middle. Largely thanks to Wayne Hyung, who has barreled not once but twice after limping pre with this queen 5. And he's got the chips to put the pressure on Jason here. Can't imagine he thinks he's got showdown value.
It seems that he wants to put in more chips. King X would have a lot of trouble calling. Like I said earlier, Jason, his best hand is like a random 2-pair that turned or river or King X. And these hands would have a lot of trouble calling down 3 barrels. We have a clear short stack across the table. That's important because Jason Kuhn can't call off as light because of that fact at this final table. See, Wayne's kind of looking around. All in.
So Wayne giving Jason Kuhn exactly what he was hoping for as a result of flatting the turn.
9-10.
And that 3-barrel bluff will prove very costly for Wayne Hyung. Not only in terms of chips lost, but in terms of chips passed over to Jason Kuhn. Always dangerous. And you can just kind of feel it, the excitement for Jason. This is exactly what he was hoping for. The early double, give me some breathing room, let me operate. He is so technically sound in these spots. Those 4 titles didn't come by accident.
Yeah, and you know, he knows how to maneuver, and that really does put him in a nice position here. And you know, played perfectly by slow playing.
See if it's 40K short, or 40K too much.
Ace of spades and
Hooker at. Save it.
not enough.
Do you want me to tank for a little bit while you figure it out?
No, you're good.
Oh.
Warm welcome back to you all at home. This is the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event final table live from the Merit Royal Diamond Resort here in Northern Cyprus. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, I'm coming in today and we're down to the final 6. What has happened here? Because it looks like it's still going Victor Malinovsky's way. Can you fill me in on the bust out so far?
Well, I mean, we did lose Horace Way early with a coin flip. Artem kind of hung around, got in 9s versus 8s. One out at the river because someone folded an 8, apparently.
No.
Was brutal. Then Artur bailed out with his King 8 suited against Ace 10. Or Ace 5 suited, sorry. And now we're down to 6, and it's been the Victor Malinovsky show. He's been aggressive. He's been raising. He's been what you expect, continuing what he did pre-bubble up to our current chip situation.
So as things stand, 6 left, everyone guaranteed $595,000 for their efforts, and we're down to the final 6. As mentioned, Victor Malinovsky leads the pack. Henrik Hecklund looking to achieve what only
back-to-back main.
Only what Mikita Badziakowski has achieved in Triton history. He won the main in Madrid, finds himself second in chips here with 6 left. Then everyone else kind of drops off. Punsry sub 30, 29 big blinds. He is third in chips. Wayne Huang, currently 4th of 17. Jason Kuhn, 4-time Triton champion, in 5th, looking to, you know, we spoke about glory and legacy and trophies. JK looking to become the first 5-time Triton champion. Then the Frenchman, Gregory Azure, bottom of the counts with just 13 bigs, but plenty of play to be had here in Cyprus. 2.6 million for first. As we jump back into the action.
Yeah, we've got, what, 600K locked up, 160K pay jump. Only going to get bigger.
I wish I was as rich as you, Randy.
It's me? What do you mean?
600K, you said. It's 595, okay? 5K, you know? I mean, sure. We'll make it 600K on your dime.
Okay, Henry. Jesus. Bring back Ollie.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. Limitless, gonna go for it. Ace-8 offsuit. Jams into a
slow start.
Sizable big blind. Laying it down.
Malinovsky just open jamming into the blinds.
It's been a never-ending upswing for him so far. Like, he hasn't won, like, huge pots. He's just been bluffing away and raising pre-flop and slowly chipping up.
3 seconds.
Stop with all his
Slowly chipping away towards the Triton main trophy.
Eric Seidel. He never shows his whole cards on the stream. It's hilarious. I mean, I don't think he means to do it, but he's gotten so much shit for, like, not putting his cards in the box. It's really funny. Because he's, like, the sweetest person.
Oh, it's easier if I do like this first, right? Before I
Bad graphic always.
Never the right card.
Everyone thinks I'm crazy.
Misreading 4s for aces, right? Or aces for 4s.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Well, Eric Seidel apparently known for not putting his cards on
I'm not sure if you knew that, but I knew that.
And he is. He's the sweetest guy.
Also true.
That's hilarious. The little things we get to find out from the commentary booth, you know, with the cameras rolling.
Yeah, but you know, back then when whole card cams were very fresh and new, like a lot of the pros really didn't like that they have to reveal how they play.
Right.
So he was one of the guys like, no, I'm not doing that. No. Just get me off this feature table. I'll just fold every hand. On to this one. Poonsri has been active a little bit more lately, ever since we lost Artur Martirosyan.
Now, was that a byproduct of having Artur on his left, or was it just a case
Well,
of...
Artur was very short, and the
Right.
second he busted, these guys are just flat in a bit. Won the pot right before you joined with that 9-8 suited in the small blind.
I have no idea. I have just under
You know, we mentioned
1.825.
before and touched up on how some of these guys from Thailand making a name for themselves, KT originally, but now Punat Poonsri. And both of them playing the coin rivet as a VIP.
Yeah.
They're holding their own. They really got some game. Like, you can tell that they played a lot of poker.
Yeah, those are two faces from the Thai poker community that I have a funny feeling, Randy, we're going to be seeing plenty more of upcoming stops. They have their own little clique that they seem to always hang out with, and we see them in the Chinese restaurant as well.
Yeah,
And
multiple cash games,
For sure.
multiple scores in tournaments in their debut.
I mean, KT was just, I mean, final tabled everything, it felt like, the first few events here.
At
in
least
Cyprus.
3 caches for him, and very deep caches. Poonsri, though, you know, he cashed one time so far. I think he was approaching making the money in the 200K. Unfortunately, did not, but not so bad this time in this main event. Really holding his own.
3 7-figure paydays here.
Yeah, I want to say the fourth one is very close, right? 54K off 946,000 for 4th place. Very juicy.
Malanovsky not slowing down, opening the ace-5-0 from under the gun. Jason going to get out of there with the king-jack. Goes round to the blinds. Hecklin in the small.
Not ideal. So you can see like he's laying down the best hand, but he knows that Limitless is willing to play back at him. Does he really want to flat the small blind out of position? Does he want to 3-bet and create a huge pot, number 1 and number 2 in stacks for no reason, potentially lose like 3 or 4 million chips?
For sure.
He's comfortable in 2nd place, and you can kind of pass up some chip EV spots if they're marginal to kind of conserve your stack.
Yeah, it's a great point being made, Randy. I mean, I'm looking now. Wayne, Jason, and Gregory all sub 15, so Henrik just going to be, you know, just staying out of Victor's way. As you mentioned, doesn't want to get involved, play big pots, and potentially find himself handcuffed at the bottom of the pack with those 3 names. So makes sense with this much money on.
Yeah, like
the
just
line.
imagine like he 3-bets to like 9 or 10 blinds, gets played back that, folds. Now he's down to like 40, doubles up a guy with 20 blinds down to like. Let's just stay as far away as possible from those stacks.
Jason with a genuine decision. 15 bigs.
Awkward stack size to start with, but he's gonna try and steal some chips.
Yeah, he's opening into Limitless's big blind.
Yeah, so when you open into that big blind, you need to open a little bit larger. Ace-4 suited, recognizing. Seems weak from Jason. Oh, Ace-Queen suited from the big stack.
So Gregory saying run it with the ace-4. It is none other than the chip leader, Malanovsky, in the big with ace-queen of diamonds.
Yeah, he is not going to be shy. He's going for it. Should be. I can't imagine a world where Malinowski folds for this little.
For sure.
You know, what else you think about is the original Razor, how many chips he's got? Not too many. So he doesn't need to worry about running into a huge stack.
$167,000 ladder potential for everyone else at the table as they see Malinowski get it in great shape against the Frenchman. He's going to need some help from the deck in the form of hearts or a 4. Randy, we could be down to just 5 players here.
Definitely, if he can. We'll see a 4 become. Oh,
Ooh,
4 in the
hello.
window.
It's a good start, but that ace of clubs giving Malinowski top pair, an 8 would counterfeit Gregory's 2 pair. And well, how about the queen of spades on the turn?
Resuck.
Gregory drawing to just 2 outs once. And the river. The 3 of diamonds. Randy, we are down to 5. And we lose Gregory in 6th place. Going to be going home with $595,000. But Randy, more importantly, Victor Malinowski now with half the chips in play. 5 remain here.
Over 10 million.
Triton, poker, super high roller series. We're going to take a quick glimpse at Gregory's time at the feature table over the past few days here. Heard Ali say it was all smiles.
He was all smiles throughout this final table. Seemed like the happiest. I think he's very happy with his 600K score. Played the PLO event. Final table with that one as well.
Did he really? There
yeah,
you go.
so he is 2 for 2 this trip. I'm pretty sure. Yep. Got 5th place for 72,000. Used some of that earnings. Hopped into the main. Now he's got almost 600K. 595 to be exact.
Time to double up, I guess.
Time to double up. Yes, Jason.
It's always a good strat.
Set the alarm.
So Gregory, a multifaceted man, playing both 4-card and 2-card.
Yeah, he likes the PLO. I wonder if he plays short deck. No idea. But I believe now hailing in Cyprus. So maybe it's like, oh, it's just next door. I'll show up to win some monies. Wayne's got 9-7 of diamonds. Just got that page up. May feel it's time to put some resistance in.
2 million, Wayne.
Does come with the fend, Randy. Again, Jason Kuhn just gets to watch on from the sidelines as these two play out a hand, and potential Wayne elimination would mean another $180,000 ladder for Jason. Swing and a miss on this board, though.
Easy C bet. The big blind has a lot of incentive with that stack size to rejam Ace X, so they're just going to miss so often. You could probably multi-barrel the turn a lot, targeting 10x if you happen to get called.
So just 5 remain as we wrap up the no limit hold'em part of this series.
Yeah, we do have short deck running on the side. Bet number 10, a 30K. They're just going to escalate and get bigger. Pocket 10s, solid holding.
Don't know about you, Randy, but
You're
I'm
excited,
really,
aren't you?
I am.
I feel
I
it.
really am. Like, I'm just looking forward to Just mixing it up.
I gotta ask. This is a completely different question, but
Go
did you
ahead.
get that hamburger?
I didn't.
You didn't.
No,
You bluffed
I
me.
didn't. I was going to, and then someone in the chat reminded me that, you know,
Not good for you.
yeah, sleeping with grease in the gut, not great for the digestive system. So I just went hungry instead.
All right.
Thanks, chat. What about you?
No, I didn't say I was getting a hamburger. Of course I didn't get it.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you were hungry and you were going to get
Yeah.
one as well.
No, I was just asking if you were getting one. 2 kings for Punat Puntry.
Wow. He is currently third in chips. And he's been pretty active since the departure of Gregory. We're getting a few hands in a row. Folds round to Jason in the small.
Oh,
Folds the
man.
Jack 10 and, well,
This is a cooler. Queens and kings. These are the 2 big stacks that isn't Malinowski. They're going to clash.
yeah, this is third v second. Second v third. Hecklin
3.6, right?
No.
on the rough side of a cooler.
30,
5
what they're playing about 35, 37 blinds effective. 36 to be exact. I don't see how Hecklin's going to be able to get away from this unless Punsri wants to play it slow, but I don't really imagine him just calling a 3-bet when it comes in.
875.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more, Randy. Those 2 short stacks. Punsri with a lot of hand, but still
6.2, I think.
needs to protect his hand. It'd be an absolute disaster to just let Henrik's, you know, ace-5 suited, ace-10 O's of the
Here's
world.
my question, Henry, is do we 4-bet small or do we just rip it in with 36 big blinds?
That's a great question. I feel like, you know, our ace-kings, our ace-queens would want to 4-bet jam and just rip. So I think mixing in some strong hands, like the stronger parts of our range with that as well, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Like, would you 4-bet induce 10s, jacks? Probably not.
No,
right?
I don't think so, no. You got to remember, there's 2 guys, one with 10 big blinds, one with 12 big blinds, so they shouldn't be getting 2 out of line. He's going to go for the small 4-bet. And this seems pretty darn strong. The thing is, they probably haven't played enough with each other to know each other's tendencies in these spots. How often are you deep in 100K with a man from Thailand who doesn't show up to that many of these Triton events?
Yeah, and how often is Punsri 4-bet folding when he has left himself enough behind to kind of say, hey, I can fold.
Oh,
Henrik does
rips
jam,
it in.
and well, Punsri snap calls, tables the 2 kings, and Randy, out of nowhere, we're playing a 9 million chip pot. Should Punsri hold here, he's going to move up to second in chips, and there's going to be a huge drop-off to the bottom 3 stacks. Hecklin won the main in Madrid. Going to need some help from the deck if he wants to win this one. A7 tray rainbow. Not even running cards available for Hecklin. Needs a lady. 6 of spades on the turn, and we are 1 card away from having 2 overwhelming chip leaders and 3 short stacks with 2.6 million for first. Can he hold?
Nope.
4.5.
Wow. I mean, Hecklin's been cruising this whole final table. Hasn't run into any problems. And just like that, 1 big cooler and you're down to 10 blinds. Well, about 11.
Hecklin's queens running in to the kings of Punsri. And this has to be one of the sickest 5-handed dynamics I've seen in quite some time, Randy.
Yeah,
We
this
have
is...
Victor on 91 bigs, Punsri now on 73, and then a huge drop-off to Hecklin in third with 12 bigs, Wayne Wang in with 12 bigs, and Jason Kuhn with 10. The difference between fifth and third It's $450,000.
No, I don't have any more.
1.5?
Yeah, this is this has got to be disappointing for Hecklin. 12 blinds. This is going to be a bit of waiting game. The 3 short stacks going to try to outlast each other for these big payouts. They're going to want to not call it off, be the one jamming, but need to be careful re-jamming into some of these big stacks. Of course, they have the luxury of being able to call off a bit, since it wouldn't be detrimental to your stack. Fives though, this should be good enough for a jam. Just spots where you're just trying to chip up a little bit, outpace the other 2 guys with similar stacks.
Yeah, just by getting that jam through, moves up to 3rd in chips. 1.6 million. We are down to 5 players with 3 short stacks here in Northern Cyprus. The finale of the No Limit Hold'em events at the Triton Super High Roller Series, the 100K main. 2.6 million for first. As well as that Jacob and Co-Watch and Triton trophy, Randy.
Hecklin's got one.
Rocking it right now.
Wants another one for the other wrist. Queen 10. Interesting. He would be raising into 2 of the biggest stacks, so he's like, all right, they can afford it. I'm just going to lay down his Queen 10 and feel a little bit disgusting about it. Like,
it's grim.
That didn't feel good, I can tell you. He's like, this doesn't feel right, but it is right. Because kind of like, with that stack size, you want to jam or fold against 2 huge stacks who can reshove on you a lot. And he didn't like the idea of mini raise and folding to a jam and creating himself even shorter than the other 2. Just like avoid it altogether.
Going to fold round to Punsry on the button, who has kind of shown a fearlessness of just opening with Victor on his direct left, and another raise and take for him.
Limitless hasn't really been playing back at him, so there's no reason to believe so. And this is the first time he's got this super stack, right? Like, he's kind of been chilling at 25, 30, slowly chipping up, winning key pots. We'll see if anything changes, but right now he knows, like, well, I can open these Jack 9 offsuits. Before, they were going straight into the muck when he was sitting on 25, 30 blinds.
What's that, Kevin? The turnout?
The no limit tournaments, the full deck. It's so good for this trip.
Jason just singing some praise for these full deck tournaments, also known as
No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's a full deck? You know, like the normal 52 cards.
So Hecklin says run it. King, Queen, good enough. These guys all just trying to outlast each other at the bottom of the pack. 762,000 locked up. $184,000 difference between 5th and 4th. Behave, Punsry. Does let it go. I don't know, Randy. You know, it's this guy. He likes getting involved. Malinovsky with the open rip from the cutoff suited king. And he's just going to continue to chip away at these 3 short stacks.
Once again, Malinovsky winning a pot. No surprise.
Real 2-card PLO.
2-card PLO. Okay.
Long deck, short deck, 2-card PLO. The Cadillac of poker. 4-card, 5-card, 6-card.
Some of those terms in a while.
You played any 6-card, Randy?
6-card. I didn't even know that was a possible game.
Oh, it's a possible game, pal. I could teach you.
Yeah. Every hand sounds playable, I can tell you that.
I'm telling you now it is, mate. That's why so many people play it now.
Limitless going to work with Queen 9 of Hearts. Bloomsbury's got a lot of chips with 7-4. Not the most ideal hand.
Sorry, watch out against this with the cards. I haven't seen, but you know, it will be weird if like you know it flashed and then you're in the pot.
Yeah. Bad for me, not for you.
Fair play, you know.
Yeah. Thank you for selling.
No problem. I haven't seen, but just like.
Yeah, I mean, you could see if you wanted to.
Yeah, if I'm like you really wanted, then yeah.
I'm gonna look at it.
I must say, every time there's been potential for cards to be shown, or someone, you know, peeking at their whole cards.
100%.
Yeah, every time we had Ponakovs, we had Jason, now I've got Victor just saying, hey, you know, just be careful, don't want to accidentally see your cards. I feel like we're just moments away, Randy, from being 3-handed. I mean,
we've got 3 guys waiting to push it all in, of course. Take a blind versus blind spot, and actually, both players with some kind of piece.
Some kind of piece.
A little scary, though. 3 spades. Very connected. Plus, you're trying to pot control here against the chip leader. Respectable. Limitless knows he's got like a lot of random pieces here. Equity. Hoping to fold out some hands.
The old 5 of spades in hand. A straight flush draw. Once we go now with his top pair. And well, 8 of clubs on the turn, giving Limitless a 9-high straight. Still losing to only 10.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do we value bet and try to protect against a single spade, 2 pair type hands, or we check and pot control a bit? We're gonna check. Top 2. I could see block betting seem like a decent play, especially when Malinowski checks back the turn. I think a 10 is very unlikely. I would like to see some kind of block bet. And you can represent some misdraws that.
Top 2.
Go for it.
5. Yeah, 5.
Top 2, no good. Malinowski snap calls with the lower end of the straight. Creating a little bit of a bridge, a little bit of a gap between him and Punsri. Now 1st and 2nd in chips. Just a reminder to you viewers at home, we are not done here in northern Cyprus.
No, not even close.
6 days of short deck action to bring to you live from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Spa.
Pocket 4s for Kuhn. I think you just rip it in. Pray for the best.
Good luck, Jason.
How much is it?
Ace Queen. This is a hand you can battle with.
Pansri gonna be looking up Jason's jam. Just comes with call. Does have Limitless behind to worry about. Cards on their back, and it's about as fair as it can come.
Wayne did fold Queen Jack. Some kind of cards that would help Poonsri. This is a big, big flip.
Yeah, if Jason can hold here with the 4, it's going to be comfortably in third. While the Jack 8-8 still ahead, but a few more outs now for Poonsri.
You don't want to get counterfeited by the Jack.
2.8 million in the middle, and well, the ace of diamonds on the turn. Jason drawing to just 2 outs once in order to survive. 1 to come. 9 of hearts on the river, and Randy, another strong run from Jason Kuhn in one of these big, or bigger buy-in events, I should say. Coming 5th. $762,000. Take a quick look at Jason's time at the feature tables the last couple of days. Going to be seeing plenty more of him in the short deck streets as he looks to claim title number 5 here in Cyprus.
Jason, one of those guys who's going to play every single short deck event. Multiple cashes here so far. His 3rd cash here in Cyprus. Well composed. He understands, you know, sometimes cards don't fall your way, but was able to maneuver to 5th place, so can't complain too much, given he was pretty short at one point.
Just saw a quick look at the payouts. The last 6-figure payout of this tournament. 4th going to receive $946,000. 3rd will be going home with 1.2 million. Runner-up 1.8 million, and the eventual champion will be receiving $2.6 million.
I haven't seen. Me?
With that cash, by the way, Jason now up to over $39 million in career earnings. Putting him 7th on the all-time money list.
Yeah, it's just, well, one is down, one short stack down,
almost the same as
2 to go.
Randy's.
It seems almost a lock
1.1.
that Clinton
No, sorry.
Wayne
9.
to go out next.
175.
I mean, Limitless has got 100 blinds. Poonsri's got 80. The other two have 9. It's hard. Usually it's one guy that has like 8, 9 next stack. It's not both.
Yeah, that's true. It's very rare. We have 2 overwhelming chip leaders. Poonsri going to just complete from the small. Going to continue to play a low variance style.
Nothing wrong with that too, because I don't know, you just have such a big lead on the other two guys. Why all of a sudden play like a 4 or 5 million chip pot? You know, get pressure exerted on you. It's not like he's looking to raise and play back too much. It does go check, check on flop. 4s are best.
Inconsequential 9 on the river, and Malinovsky with the check mark.
Check.
Is it?
4.
He's going to check it down. Decides not to value bet.
Right.
It's going to be a bit of a waiting game. So we await these 2 short stacks to find their fate.
Well, talking of finding their fate, the money's going in here. Hecklin sub 10 big blinds, pocket 10s. On the rough side of a cooler against Punsri. Just a few orbits to go, running his queens into Punsri's kings. Jam gets through.
You're 50, man.
$264,000 difference between 4th and 3rd, and you've got one guy on 12 bigs, one guy on 7.
Yeah, it's who's going to get 4th, who's going to get 3rd, and then we go play some heads up with very deep stacks if it happens to be Limitless and Punsri, but, you know, if one of these other guys come back, it will take a long time to knock out one of these very big stacks. Punsri's got ace-10. Gonna start with an open. Hecklin's got ace-queen. He's gonna rip it in, and Punsri might be priced in, right? It's late position open. You know, there's only 4 players.
Yeah, and Hecklin going to be jamming
blinds.
7s, 8s, 9s, going to be flipping against those.
If you
Some
call
king,
and
queen
lose, you still
suited.
got like 8 million chips. Great spot for Hecklin to potentially be back in it.
Should be 1.4.
Yeah. Punsri snap, asking for a count.
You called?
Did indeed, Hecklin. Cards are on their backs. Hecklin in great shape to double up to 25 bigs and really separate himself from Wayne Huang, who sat there on just 7 big blinds.
I mean, this is a $250,000 pay jump
Oh, it's not live either.
if a suck out does happen. Let's see. Oh no, you can't do that.
10, 9, 4. That 10 of spades on the flop, giving Punsri a commanding lead.
That'll be fair.
As we're saying, a jack would be fair. Deuce of spades on the turn. Hecklin drawing to 3 outs once.
Looking grim.
Really is to go from 2 of 5 to out in 4th. 9 of clubs on the river. Going to seal Hecklin's fate. Another strong performance from him in this No Limit Hold'em main event. Won the main back in Madrid. 4th here in Northern Cyprus for $946,000. But one would assume, Randy, that one's going to leave a bit of a sour taste in his mouth.
Oh
after.
yeah, he's gonna be thinking about that queens versus kings, and normally that would be a standard play, but you know, he's just gonna wonder, is there a way that maybe he could have played it differently? I don't know if he could have, but just, it is what it is. Still, 4th place is still pretty good for almost $1 million payday.
Yeah, I don't think Hecklin did anything wrong there with the queens, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing plenty more of him at the upcoming Triton Super High Roller Series. 3 players remain, 3 7-figure paydays, everyone guaranteed $1.2 million for their efforts as we welcome you back to the broadcast booth. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Wayne on 7 bigs. the ladder master.
He just made 250,000 watching Hecklin lose ace queen versus ace 10.
He did, and well, he has got a massive uphill climb if he's going to ladder any more spots, Randy, as he is sat at the bottom of the chip counts with just 7 bigs. 200 big blinds in play. Viktor Malinovsky leading the pack with half of those chips, closely followed by Ponsarin. Randy, just quickly, this is, I mean, the jump between third and second, over $600,000. So how do these two big stacks kind of approach this really strange dynamic that we have on our hands?
They have like the same exact stack, so it's not like one can pressure the other one. Like even Limitless, like he doesn't want to lose 92 big blinds and become an 8 big blind stack. What should happen is play should be straightforward. Wayne will be going all in soon. One of them will either bust or double him. But even if he doubles up, right, he'll have 14, 15 blinds. They're still going to have 80, 90 blinds. Yep. So it's just going to be waiting for Wayne to bust out, hopefully, for them, and then play a very deep heads-up match. And Malinowski, heads-up specialist, would, I just presume, would have quite an edge post-flop against Ponsarin heads-up. So we'll see how he wants to maneuver, or does he maybe still want to kind of play each spot as the best chip EV play?
For sure. I mean, he has position on Ponsarin, so that obviously being to his advantage, has the chip lead as well. When we come back from break, we're going to be crowning a champion here in the No Limit Hold'em main event. Said champion going to be going home with $2.6 million. Andy and I will see you on the flip side of the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly. And a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth here in Cyprus. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. It's the 100K No Limit Hold'em main, and we are down to the final 3 players here in Cyprus. But Randy, before we dive into this 3-handed play, yesterday evening we were teasing that the 50K Turbo was running alongside us in the background. I want to give the viewers at home just a bit of insight into what happened in that event. It was Poker Code co-founder Thijs Eibinger taking down his first Triton trophy and $545,000. And note, 3rd place finisher there, Randy. Mikita Badziakowski was just 2 away from becoming the first 5-time Triton champion. Not out of it yet, though, is he? I mean, he's still got the short deck events to
Well,
crush
both
it.
him and Jason have all the short deck events. They're not going to skip a single one, going for that extra title, and they're going to fire multiple bullets. Short deck's going to be a lot of fun, and still another week of poker to go.
Yeah. Rounding out that final table, we saw Danny Tang, another cash in a Triton event, coming up short, 6th for 110,000. Ponakov just seems to be on absolute fire at the moment here in Triton, at Triton rather, 5th for 140,000. Phil Nagy came 4th, and Jonathan Jaffe came runner-up for 375,000. Now jumping back in to this main event, we are three-handed, and we have one of the strangest dynamics that we've ever seen, with two overwhelming chip leaders and Wayne Huang from Hong Kong, the immediate short stack with just 7 big blinds. Now, we kind of spoke off-air on how this can play out. Whether it be the Victor Malinovsky and Punat Punsri just kind of playing really honestly against each other, not looking to play big pots, or whether Victor is going to use his position on Punsri to kind of really lean into him and potentially, bluff it off in a big spot, or just call a Punsri and get heads up as, a 20-1 chip lead, Randy. What can we expect from these two?
I mean, we know these guys are willing to play really big pots. They play the highest stakes. However, there's just so much on the line in terms of pay jumps, 1.2 million to 1.8, then 1.8 to 2.6 million. So while they're willing to play big pots, you're going to expect the 7 big blind guy, like, okay, let's see if he just spin it up, because while you may be willing to take risk, it just would be way too risky to all of a sudden just try to, put in so many chips. But, I wouldn't count Limitless out. He made that big play of the Queen 10 against J&T the other day, which you wouldn't expect. So, he's in for a lot of chips. I don't know. Who knows?
He is. Well, that hand that he played against J&T on the bubble kind of went viral overnight, as you'd assume. got posted to the Triton Poker Twitter and Instagram feeds, and people were saying that street poker, just like legend for taking the spot. The flip side of taking such an aggressive line is if J&T had called, everyone's like, oh, what are you doing? Just a massive punt. But it did work, and Victor finds himself here as chip leader. Going to take a quick look at his Triton career to date. 2 cashes. First cash coming back in London in the 100K main, came 17th for 192,000, and then here, back in Madrid rather, came 4th in the 8-handed turbos. So, Victor, no stranger to playing these Triton series high rollers, and definitely has what it takes to close this out, Randy.
I mean, we've said it before. He's closed out a super high roller bowl in this very poker room, right? It wasn't a Triton series. He just kind of like, well, if I'm not going to get the top payout, I don't really want to cash, right? So he's got this reckless style. He's very feared. He's on pace to close it out. He really hasn't had any missteps throughout the final table.
Well, we're going to throw it back down to the main feature table with these two overwhelming chip leaders.
I've never seen this before. Like, usually if there's a micro stack and there's 2 other guys, they have like 40 blinds or 50, but like 100 apiece is absurd.
I'm telling you now, Randy, I'm pulling for Wayne. The Wayne spin.
The Wayne spin.
Wayne spin.
He's going to need some luck.
He's going to need some luck. He's going to need the deck to cooperate with him very early on, as with that big blind ante coming round just every 3 hands, next time it comes round to him, he's going to have to put in a third of his chips. Believe he's on the button.
Yeah, Wayne's going to have to play a pure chip EV play now, given how short he is. It's not one of those things where, oh, I don't want to call it off. Like, I'm willing to call it off as long as I'm beating my opponent's range. Punsri should be playing very tight from the small blind, trying to contain the pot as much as he can. So you'll see him probably limp his whole range.
Just a friendly reminder, we do have the 30K short deck running in the background, event number 10. I've also been told Randy, that this evening, after we wrap things up here in the main, we're not done. And we're not bringing...
What are we doing?
We're not bringing them the short deck. We're bringing them a high-stakes cash game. Now...
On stream.
On stream. I don't know...
Oh, we haven't done that since Montenegro.
Yeah,
It's been great.
I don't know who's going to be involved in that cash game, but if history is anything to go by, we're going to see some wild pots, pal.
Oh, 100%. You think we run cash games to have very tight players play and watch them fold? No, no, no. There's going to be straddles. There's going to be over bets, under bets. It's going to be splashing. Okay. I guess I know what I'm doing tonight. Watching a stream with you guys.
High stakes cash games. I think I'm going to be joining you.
Oh yeah, they're getting excited in the chat. Is it cash game? Are you sure? Yes.
Yeah, forget about the fact that, you know, we're playing for 2.6 million here, 3 left, 100k main. Everyone's just like, hang on a minute. Cash game, straddles, 7 deuce game.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
I mean, they think of some very creative ones. We'll touch base on that. I mean, look, we still got a big match here. Okay, you got everyone excited, but let's talk about some no limit hold'em main event action.
It's called a tease for a reason, Randy.
Queen 10 suited. Standard all in. I feel that Wayne might just put it in. He's already put in. Oh no, he's gonna lay it down. It's close. Well, he's sitting on less than 5 blinds. I wouldn't have folded him.
You wouldn't have folded the Jack 7. Well, maybe, you know, you mentioned the Queen 10 hand.
35 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, or
That
the next
has
hand?
to be something that is still in the back of Wayne's head. Like, sure, we can look at a close spot like Jack 7 and potentially take it. We have a massive mountain to climb if we're going to ladder and go on to win this tournament. But there is still there's still a huge ladder between third and second, and has to be in the back of his mind that there is a chance that Victor and Punsui just play a ridiculous pot.
There's no chance. Come on.
All right.
Like, there's
Okay.
100 big... There's no chance.
Okay. Wayne with the jam from the small ace king suited.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
Gets the chips in the middle, and unfortunately for him, Punsui with 8 deuce off.
Wow, jam 4 blinds. Big blinds put in 1 big blind already.
I was like, no, and I just went all in.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's no chance that these two clash a big pot.
Let's go, Wayne. Let's go.
Splash
King 9
it
of
in.
spades. In it goes.
Well, he is slowly chipping up with these folds. Getting closer and closer to 10 blinds.
Pussy players.
Weak players.
Wait, what? Hang on a minute.
What'd you say? Limitless? What do you do?
You just want to go get some.
Watch your language.
Maybe double, you never know.
Now, Randy, I'm receiving word that the confirmed stakes for the cash game, or the planned stakes, rather, which, as you already alluded to, you know, going back to Montenegro, you've been the man that has been covering all of these cash games. You know that things can start off planned, and then after a couple of orbits, after a couple of 7 deuce games get thrown out there, the stakes increase. But the planned stakes, $500 small blind, 1K big blind. Who knows?
It's a big
what it could
game,
lead
but
to.
I feel that it's going to get bigger over time. Like, people are going to be like, yeah, let's straddle. Let's up the ante. These are some things, you know, they got some. I've heard of like a progressive small blind they did one time, but that they never did it on stream.
Progressive small blind.
You haven't heard about this one? I'll enlighten you later. It now doesn't seem like the right time to talk about it, as we've got some intense stuff. But yeah, they've just got the craziest ideas Of course, 7 deuce game, a big one with a big bounty.
7's on the button for Limitless. Still 3-handed here in this main. Nothing to write home about. The old raise and take. $600,000 difference between third and second, and well, Victor and Punsry just going to patiently wait this one out.
Thank you.
Talking about being patient, GG Poker, the place to be patient, Randy, at least from my experience, because more often than not, when I'm out there battling on GG in the 4-card and 5-card streets, when I'm not patient, I end up, you know, doing the roll-in. And well, plenty of ways on GG to qualify into future Triton events, where we've spoken about event number 1, the 25K, that had 3 qualifiers from the GG satellites. But the main talking point, obviously the main event, 20 mil, 5K. You can qualify into that from as little as $5. If you haven't already got an account, do have the new player sign-up bonus offer. Use promo code Triton2022. And if that wasn't enough, we're going to be running free rolls all week over on GG alongside these streams. Let us know in the chat how you get on in those. As Wayne wins another pot. It's 3 times now he's been all in. Malinowski putting him in with the Queen 6.
Yeah, the game's going to be pretty simple right now with this micro stack.
What do you prefer, Randy? Do you prefer the Hold'em events at the start and the short deck events at the end, or?
Yeah, it makes sense. Kind of like, oh, there's people who spun it up or people who are a little bit stuck. Now they want to gamble it up, splash around. And, you know, normal Hold'em can be very exhausting, right? Like, it takes a lot of mental power. Short deck a little bit more simplified. It makes a lot of sense.
Continuing to play a limp strategy from the small against Malinowski.
Yeah, these two guys are playing cautious. Checking through the flop. I would imagine Punsry wants to start betting, though, Queen 7 of clubs. Is a little connected. Well, gonna keep playing slow. Just doesn't want to give Limitless the chance to make this pot too big. But now that it's checked through twice, seems like a good time to start value betting Queen 7. Unless he's going for the ultra slow play.
Does come with a pot size bet on the river.
I mean, Limitless was probably going to call most bets. Now he's just kind of curious. Pot size. Lays it down. Nice laydown.
Yeah, just kind of snap folding. Third pair.
Yeah. He probably would have called like 1 to 2 big blinds for sure. But the pot seems suspicious a little.
Obviously, with this dynamic, deal has not been even mentioned as of yet. 615,000 difference between third and second. We could be here for a while if Wayne spins it up.
Well, Wayne commits the suited Doyle Brunson.
In it goes. Blind v blind. Malanovsky with the best hand.
Yeah, it seems kind of strange that he called this one, given that he folded Jack 7 earlier. But okay, maybe this is the lucky hand. Double would get him to 11 big blinds if he can get there. Oh, that's a flop where you can maybe get there.
That is certainly a flop where you can maybe get there, Randy. Goes from 6 outs to 14. Ace on the turn, changes nothing. Jack high, still good. Wayne 1 card away from elimination. You can see 32% equity. Needs a spade, deuce, or a jack. Well, Jack of clubs on the river. So you're saying there is a chance?
There is a chance, and it seemed we were going to get 600K pay jumps for the 2 big stacks, but nope. Wayne's going to hang around with his 11 blinds. Grind it out some more.
Gets it in with the Doyle Brunson. Gets there on the river. That's always frustrating. I don't care how many chips you have or how rich you are. You know, 1 card away from a 600K ladder.
Yeah, and you know, Limitless like, okay, I'm ready to play some heads up, deep stack. In a game where I should be more experienced than my opponent, but no. We got to play with Wayne some more. But really not much has changed in terms of chip distribution. Just that the blinds have gone up a little bit.
Well, 2 more doubles, Randy. And Wayne's going to have 40 big blinds. Don't call it a comeback.
2 more doubles. Okay, let's start with the first one. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Don't you dare call it a comeback, chat. But yes, Randy.
Queen 9 is going to go for it. Oh.
Snap call.
Dominated. This is trouble. This could be the end.
Wayne open, ripping the button for his final 10.5 bigs. With the Queen 9-0. Malanovsky almost beating him to the pot with the dominating hand.
Could be going into heads up. He can dodge that queen.
$600K on the line. Queen in the window. Queen 10-7, couple of spades. Malanovsky needs running spades. Or one of the 3 remaining aces to eliminate Wayne in third. Now drawing to just 3 outs once. Wayne going to be up to 22.5 bigs if he can hold. This guy, don't call it a comeback, Randy. 8 of diamonds on the river, and well,
comeback is starting.
Okay, back to the game. Oh yeah, let's go.
Now we've got a real game on our hands.
Still the clear short stack. Still very far behind. But now he's got the stack that can kind of rejam on some opens. It is definitely a game now.
1.5, 75.
Yeah, he gets it in bad multiple times.
Whoa, hang on.
Oh, but he did. It's just a true statement, Henry. Like, what, Queen 9 versus Ace 9 is not getting in bad? Tell me.
Don't you dare call it a comeback, Randy. Now with Wayne doubling twice through Victor, has moved up to 23 bigs. Victor's still chip leader, however.
You don't need the money. You got all
No money, no honey.
Danny Tang just coming out and saying, Ponce, you don't need the money, pal.
Oh, yeah, you had when I had aces full. that will make good content for TV.
Thank you.
3 million, man.
21 bits. 3.4.
Raise 300.
Now we can play some poker.
Now we can play some poker announced.
Wayne's got a hand that can play some poker. Queen 10. Enough of a spot to see a flop.
Wayne does defend. Finally get to see some post-flop poker, Randy.
Man, he is on the spin up. Flops top pair. Maybe he extracts a C-bet from Punat Punsri with that very vulnerable hand. Maybe Punsri checks. Double check. Yep, 3 overs. No, I'm sorry, 2 overs.
825 in the middle.
Wayne deciding whether to check call or check raise. Feeling the spin up. Raise.
Yeah, I like this, Randy. It's going to be check raising some draws, some gut shots, flush draws. Want to protect the check raising range with the stronger parts of our range as well in the form of top pair.
Definitely can get some value from worse hands. Worse 10s, pocket 9s, pocket 8s, 7, 8. You can see actually he hasn't folded the 3s, but it's a bit marginal continue.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be really difficult to proceed on a lot of turn cards. Wayne up to 4 million.
What's the Italian?
Italian doesn't work in Cyprus.
Now he's just 1 double away from being second in chips.
Yeah, well, I won't lie. 4 million chips is pretty worrisome if you happen to double this guy up. Still a big lead, but you can't count him out anymore. Limitless hasn't lost a chip lead yet at this final table.
And came into day 3 with the chip lead.
Yeah, he started about 7 million in chips.
Got down to the final table in lightning fashion, Randy. 4 hours later, down to the final 3. Everyone guaranteed $1.2 million.
Maybe Stu's going to try to battle out of position.
Check.
9-6-3 mono, all clubs. Punsri the only player with a club in hand, but it is the deuce of clubs, Randy. I don't know how thrilled he'll be.
You often see very small C-bets on monotone boards, so the deuce of clubs seems like enough of a hand against a min bet. You still got ace high. He goes check check a lot on the turn. Don't fault him. That's a flush.
That is indeed jack of clubs on the turn. Malanovsky drawing dead, but still ways for him to win this hand. Can get Punsri to fold.
You don't see a lot of guys bet the turn on 4 flushes because it really polarizes you. And now he's chopped it up.
That is another way to at least
Forgot
win
about that
something,
one.
though. We did forget about that one, Randy. It's okay. It's been a long week of no limit hold'em.
Oh. I had it on the phone.
Oh, okay, yeah, I have a board.
Why?
Lucky for you.
Chop this one up. Not much chopping in short deck, Randy.
Yeah, there's 25 more because it's
I'm buzzing, mate. I don't know if you can tell, but
Yeah.
short deck poker, deuces through fives removed. Let's go.
Yeah, I know you're excited, and we've got a lot to go.
Ah, okay.
I don't know if
Spice up at the action a little bit.
Wayne strikes me as a guy who plays some short deck for some
Wayne needs
reason.
some chips. Give him a queen.
We'll see. No, but when you win so much in this tournament, like some of these guys might splash around in short deck.
Pansry continuing with his small blind limp strategy. Makes sense. Be a disaster for him to bust in third.
He has been trying to trap Limitless in these blind versus blind spots, so it doesn't surprise me that he's checking top pair. No. An overcard drops off. Probably will keep checking then to control the pot and induce bluffs. No, it's actually going to bet out. Decided to mix it up.
Tens for Pansry on the button. He's opening into the short stack in the big. Oh boy.
Ooh, ace king.
Oh boy. Randy, this is first against second in chips. Ace king in the small for Malinowski. I'm having flashbacks to that Coin Rivet Invitational 200K.
And what's different here is that Wayne is not one of those micro stacks with 7 blinds where he's got maneuver to move, hang around. So it might change the dynamic of this hand a little bit.
Wayne gets out of there and gets to just watch this one from the sidelines.
I think Pansry might be thinking that Limitless has been waiting to 3. Wow,
No.
all in with 10s. Limitless is like, what?
Wow.
Did he just jam 70 blinds?
He just 4-bet rips Limitless.
Calls.
Looked incredibly flustered at the fact that Pansry just ripped it in.
You have more, right, Limitless?
I think so, a little bit, by a little bit.
Yeah.
Randy, this is a 140 big blind pot.
Whatever happens
This
is good for you.
A 615,000 pay jump. If Malinowski loses, he'll be down to 225,000. If he wins, Pansry will be out in third.
As Pansry already pointed out, whatever happens is good for Wayne. Jack, Jack 8, couple of hearts. Malinowski does have the King of Hearts in hand. Talk about some of the biggest flips of your tournament career. As the 6 of Hearts rolls off, Malinowski goes from 6 outs to 13. With 1 card to come.
Oh my. Can he get it? Can he hold?
Wow, Randy.
Brick.
Pansry holds with the 10s. And Malinowski is down to just 1.5 big blinds.
1 million. What are you doing?
How on earth have we just gone from Wayne being on 7 bigs with 3 left, having 2 overwhelming chip leaders, to Wayne now?
I'm stunned, Henry.
David Peter style.
I was expecting a Wayne bust out early
This is
in a long heads-up match. But it's now one man with 21 million chips. Limitless has been crushing this whole final table. Gets in 10 million chips on a coin flip. And might be out in 3rd place.
50.
Insane.
6. Oh, I just counted out. Yeah. Money, bye-bye.
Money bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
10 million. And
I have some.
I mean, there are so many careers you can look back through and just kind of reverse engineer the importance of some of these career-defining flips, you know?
One big blind.
Like, how many times are you going to be in a flip spot for a 7-1 chip lead in the Triton main event?
Limitless is, you know, playing it cool, but it's gonna sting for sure. Even for a man like Limitless who can handle swings.
The craziest thing about it, Randy, is that Madanovsky had been playing so honestly against Punsri. Like, from when I've been in the booth with 6 left, he was folding to Punsri's hijack opens, cut-off opens, even when he was in position. He just wasn't trying to go after him. The first time he 3-bet, and Punsri just 4-bet ripped the 10s. I mean, Limitless is going to be forced all in the next hand. Most likely going to take this any 2 spot.
I think so. With big blind ante, it would make a lot of sense. He probably has a really bad hand though. No, gonna lay it down.
I'll try David Peter style. One big blind win, maybe.
David Peter style, okay. I'm not sure what that insinuates.
Shout out D. Pete's, master of the short stacks. So a lot of
We can swap for
players.
cash game you play today on 3.
Should have gone for an I'm a mistake.
Yourself, right?
I'm not very good at 1BB poker. I know.
big blind is the rule.
Yeah. I'm all in blind. Officially.
Officially all in blind.
Yeah, Limitless just stating that he feels like that was a mistake for him to not take the button spot. Can only really win back his own money. The 75k of Punsri.
Yeah, probably a bit stunned from that pot. Didn't think about it too much.
He's going to need some help from the deck, otherwise, out of nowhere, Randy, we're going to be heads up, and it's not the 2 players you would have put your money on. King 5 trade, top pair for Punsri, middle pair for Limitless. Now just 2 cards away from elimination after being the chip leader for most of today and yesterday. As Wayne gets to just watch on and potentially ladder $615,000. Which he does, ace of clubs on the river. GG's all round, and we lose. Limitless in 3rd place, 1.2 million. Randy, how long is that one going to sting for?
Oh, it's going to sting for a very long time. He was looking at getting at least 1.8 million, potentially 2.6. He's only going to walk away at 1.2. You know, and that was a big, big call. I don't know, man. I wouldn't be able to sleep.
take a quick look at Limitless's journey to this final table from the last couple of days. Third for 1.2 million, and coming into three-handed play was the chip leader. Wayne Huang was down to just 7 bigs. Wayne doubled through Limitless on a couple of occasions. And then that 4-bet pot, that is, well, that one's going to get replayed many times over as Victor Malinovsky bows out in third, losing a huge flip to Thailand's Punat Punsri. Welcome back to the broadcast. But I'm still a bit stunned. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking, Randy, we're going to be here for a few hours. We're going to have a very deep stacked heads-up match in this main event. But no, we have an overwhelming chip leader, Punsri, with a 7-1 chip lead. Just quickly before you send us into break, Wayne strikes me as someone that knows what he has to do here.
I mean, he's got 24 blinds. He only has one opponent to try and beat. He doesn't need to survive. He's outlasted Limitless somehow with that short stack. He's just going to have to play a game where and try and chip up, maybe start limping with this stack depth to try and increase the stack to pot ratio, try to maneuver against the player who doesn't play professionally, and maybe take it away if you can get one double or two.
Well, I think regardless of where he finishes from now, whether he goes home in second or does manage to turn it around, he's going to be just thrilled with the outcome. The fact that when there were 5 left, there were 3 sub-12 big blind stacks. He's managed to ladder over $1 million. And, well, on the flip side of the break, Randy, we're going to be crowning our No Limit Hold'em main event champion here in Cyprus. We will see you guys and gals at home shortly. Don't go anywhere.
It's very connected. A lot of guys would... Well, he's going to check. I wonder if Malinowski bets out. Looks like he is going to just complete the hand.
Yeah, and that's going to be enough to get Davies' stack into the middle.
A little bit of a time bank roll, but never folding. Maybe occasionally someone busts on another table, I guess is what he's waiting for.
And sure enough, Davies goes as deep into the shot clock as he can before making the call with top pair and the gut shot. It was never a function of thinking about whether or not he wanted to make this call, but rather, as you mentioned, Randy, seeing if he can get another confrontation to develop at the outer table. And developments here have grown grim for Davies, who now needs a 10, 9, or a 7 after Malinowski turned the ace. Clubless. After the fourth one shows up on the river, Davies is showered in 10th place. $225,000 will be going his way to add to his over $3 million in career earnings. Sportsmanship.
A lot of these other guys are just used to playing home games, and they're like, you know, looking at them easily. It's like, yeah, it's 100K, but it still feels a little home gamey to me.
Oh, fair play, certainly. Front and center.
Horace, King 9 offsuit, sitting on 10 blinds. Pushes it in, going for it. Trying.
Man's got some gamble.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit
15?
gamble. Sixes.
Oh, 690.
Considering he's got $2 million, he might think it's a decent spot, because if he loses 600K, it's not so bad. Horace will jam any ace, I would think, in this spot. So ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace deuce. Dominate very well. Little pocket pairs. Wow, makes the call. Well done.
Malinowski staying out of the way with that ace deuce suited, by the way. So Punsri will be the man that gives Horace Y a spin here early.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah, because like, you know, I don't look, but...
2 overs for Horace. Can he connect with the king or the 9? The answer is no so far, as Punsri's set of 6s will leave Horace in need of running straight or flush cards. 1.35 million chip pot.
Wow.
And quad 6s will be overkill as Horace Way draws dead.
Think of game.
Punat Punsri giving us our first victim
Good game, bro. Nice
of
room.
the final table. Plenty
Yeah,
of
I mean, that's
congratulatory love being shown to Horace, who was the short stack, and his departure will come with a $280,000 gift wrap payout and a pay jump of $86,000 to the remainder of the field. $366,000 will go to the players from this point forward.
You're going to go down against quads.
If you're going to go down in that dope Louis Vuitton sweater.
Yeah, I really like it.
And we'll see if Horace does have a flush draw. Not the greatest one.
It is something. He's at queen high. What's important here is that Kuhn is playing off 1.1 million stack, when I think Kuhn would jam almost all ace X's when Wayne limps the small blind with this stack size. So we can kind of throw that ace out of Jason Kuhn's range. And you can see Wayne may potentially throw in multiple barrels because of that. Targeting
80K.
like a king or deuce.
80K bet does get called. Another 160 into the pot. Now a Broadway draw added to the fray for Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne's got a lot of kind of weakish draws. But the thing is, we're playing very wide ranges. This limp pot. So Kuhn can have a lot of weak hands that doesn't want to continue. Say a deuce X. Or maybe he's got a spade. With, you know, that just can't really handle the heat. Like a queen. 8 of spades, something like this. And wow, Wayne firing again. Small bet.
Dreamy stuff for Kuhn, by the way.
Yeah, Kuhn's not worried about his hand. It's the question is, how do I extract the most value? If I raise now, it does seem like he'd be very strong, because he shouldn't logically be raising anything but a good hand. So that's why he's calling here. He thinks that he can extract most value by flatting and slow playing.
Obviously some vulnerability to his hand in the event that another spade were to have come off. Not in reality, given that Hyung only has the 5 of spades, but in terms of board texture and Kuhn's flush being reduced to a 1-card 8. Meanwhile, 700,000 in the middle, largely thanks to Wayne Hyung, who has barreled not once but twice after limping pre with this Queen 5. And he's got the chips to put the pressure on Jason here. Can't imagine he thinks he's got showdown value.
It seems that he wants to put in more chips. King X would have a lot of trouble calling. Like I said earlier, Jason, his best hand is like a random 2-pair that turned or river or King X. And these hands would have a lot of trouble calling down 3 barrels. We have a clear short stack across the table. That's important because Jason Kuhn can't call off as light because of that fact at this final table. And see, Wayne's kind of looking around. All in.
So Wayne giving Jason Kuhn exactly what he was hoping for as a result of flatting the turn.
9-10.
And that 3-barrel bluff will prove very costly for Wayne Hyung. Not only in terms of chips lost, but in terms of chips passed over to Jason Kuhn. Always dangerous. And you can just kind of feel it, the excitement for Jason. This is exactly what he was hoping for. The early double, give me some breathing room, let me operate. He is so technically sound in these spots. Those 4 times.
Well, a warm welcome back to the broadcast booth for what one can only assume is the last time here in Cyprus for the No Limit Hold'em events. Randy Liu, alongside myself, Henry Kilmaine. Randy, we are heads up. Guess who's heads up?
Yeah, somehow, I mean, teasing, like, we're going to get Limitless heads up. He's a heads up specialist. He's going to be able to put some work on these players who probably don't play as much. But he's not in the final 2.
He's not. He is not. Victor Malinovsky out in third in a 4-bet pot for 150 big blinds against Thailand's Punat Punsri. 10s against Ace King. I mean, what do you think about the call? Like, you would just have to call there? Is Punsri just up to no good with Ace Queen, Ace
I don't
Jack?
think he's up to no good. I mean, the thing is, Wayne also chipped up a bit. So, you know, waiting around, it's not like he's going to get it all in real soon with like 7 or 8 big blinds. Like, he got that other double. And I think that, especially Limitless coming from a cash game background, he's used to kind of getting a lot of chips in with Ace King for even more big blinds. So I would be surprised. And he's always kind of gunning for that win. He's known for these big swings. Was willing to make the call and try and take it down. And occasionally he's up against an Ace Queen, although a little bit unlikely.
Yeah. It felt like, given the dynamic and the way that it played out, you know, Limitless hadn't attacked Punsri's opens at all from 6-handed all the way down to 3-handed. So I was shocked when Punsri did just come with the 4-bet rip. But yeah, Malinovsky with Ace King had to call it off. Lost a massive flip, and we're somehow now heads up with Wayne Weng still in the mix. Was short stacking from 5-handed all the way down to heads up as we throw it back down to the main stage here in Cyprus for one last time in the No Limit Hold'em events. It's the 100K Triton Super High Roller Series main event. And it is Punat Punsri with a commanding chip lead, 141. Big blinds plays 24. And well, I mean, look, we were speculating 3-handed that we would get to heads up really quickly, that Wayne would just be in there with the 7 bigs, and here he is with 24 big blinds. Plenty of play. Hand number 1 of heads-up play. 2.6 million for first, 1.8 million locked up. 2 new faces. Wayne was with us in Madrid. Punsri just one player away from taking down the main event here in Cyprus. Now, Randy, a lot of people have been asking for a certain Tom Dwan, who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is now on the island. Not only is he on the island, he has made his way to the casino.
I've seen him.
And to go one step
Confirmed.
further, he's made his way to a table with chips in that 30K short deck.
Yeah. You know, he's primarily a short deck player now. No, of course, he knows how to play PLO, knows how to play no limit hold'em, but just prefers short deck. So we'll get to see him later. But we got a heads-up match. How much are we playing for? We're playing for a lot of money, like 775,000 difference. It's big.
Is indeed.
This could be a cooler given the stacks depth, right?
22 bigs. Wayne limping in. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Raising 300,000 on the button. And as Randy already alluded to,
A decent ace, you can definitely be rejamming, expecting a lot of folds of ace-8. He is going to rip it in, and ace-9's got to be good enough for a call. Wayne in position to chip up to 7 million. Just like that.
Number 3, Randy. Wayne Huang getting it in good against Punsri. Ace-9 against ace-8. Hand number 3 of heads up. We're playing for, as you already mentioned, $775,000 difference between first and second. 16% of the time they are going to chop this one.
Can Punsri get lucky and end the tournament right now?
Waiting for Florman Luca to just come on over and call this one out. I don't think anyone expected it to go in this
Luca
quickly.
left. He was like, what do you mean? We're all in already on the 3rd hand of heads up.
So flop is being... Is that an 8 in the window, Randy? It is. 8 tray. Punsri now a 9-1 favorite to close this one out. Hand number 3 of heads up play.
Almost there.
King of spades on the turn. The tie regular just 1 card away from winning the No Limit Hold'em main event. Can he hold? Yes, he can, Randy. 7 of clubs on the river, and we have a new Triton champion.
He's so happy. You can feel it.
I love that. I love that celebration at the end. Straight away, just going over to Wayne Huang and massive applause from the rail. Randy, how is it over here?
It's over. The No Limit main crushing it. Wow, that was a super fast heads-up match. Could have got it. Could have doubled up there. 7 million with ace-9 against ace-8. Couldn't. And we got a new champion. The VIP, the businessman.
Do indeed. Wayne Huang coming second for his biggest Triton cash. $1.8 million. But it is Thailand's Punat Punsri taking down the 100K No Limit Hold'em main event here in Cyprus for $2.6 million as boss man Paul Poir and Danny Tang, as we welcome you back into the studio for one last time for the Hold'em events. At least we already kind of teased that Tom Dwan is out there in the 30K short deck, and we've got plenty of short deck action to come. But just quickly to recap this absolute madness, I came back with 6 left when I joined the final table. It was Punsri kind of tied with Jason Kuhn, with Gregory, with Wayne as the short stacks. It was Henrik Hecklund who won the main event in Madrid comfortably in second, and then that cooler, the Queens against the Kings of Punchery, really just changed things around. And then coming into coming into three-handed, we had Punchery and Limitless, the overwhelming chip leaders. We were presumptuous of, going to come into heads up with Victor and Punchery, but it was not to be. Randy, what happened?
I mean, it was just that ace-king versus tens. That's what happened. Punchery decided Limitless is going to be up to no good. He was kind of like waiting for him to kind of go after him. It was like, yeah, tens, easy jam into him. If Punchery did not expect Limitless to be aggressive, he probably would have took a flop of 2 tens, and we wouldn't be here, right? There would be some bets, some calls, some checks, and potentially a different champion or potentially a different runner-up. But they decided to play for all. Malinowski is not shy of playing big pots, went for it, could not get there of ace-king, and bailed out in third, said bye-bye money when he was left with 1.5 big blinds after that hand.
Yeah, I mean, Limitless is someone that has played the highest stakes for quite some time, and look, he's had plenty of spots like that, some that have gone his way and others like this that didn't go his way, but I think the happiest person from these final 6 has to be none other than Wayne Huang, who came second for 1.8 million. As mentioned, six-handed, there were 4 immediate short stacks. So if you had told him when there were 6 left, hey, pal, how does second sound? He would have bit your arm off, Randy.
He would have jumped on that fact, right? And he got that big pay jump. But I argue that I think Punchery is the happiest player. Come on. Like, he won the tournament. You saw how happy he was. He gave a really big, genuine hug there to Wayne shipping that tournament. And, he doesn't play professionally. He is a VIP businessman, entered the Coin Rivet, and it's just amazing to see these Thai players come out representing, and they got some game. KT also comes to mind, and excellent score.
Well, I think we're going to be seeing more Thai players at future Triton events, but for now, let's throw it down to the main man, the man of the hour, the 100K main event champion Punchery, with Ali Najad for an interview.
We're here with Punat Punchery, winner of the main event here in North Cyprus, the $100,000 main event, $2.6 million richer. And Punat, along with the trophy, we do have some other business to attend to. But first and foremost, I want to talk about the key hand. It was the 3-bet, then the 4-bet shove. You had 2 tens, and it felt to me very much like something that was consistent with what we had seen from you, which was risk tolerance, a willingness to maybe stick your neck out there in spots that others hadn't. Is that what you brought to this event, to this final table, and how you would describe yourself and that hand in particular?
It's hard to analyze that within the microcosm of how I play hands. I come from more of a cash game background and tournaments. In that particular spot, I thought once Wayne chips up, Limitless might be willing to 3-bet lighter a lot of the time, and I didn't want to 4-bet small when he jammed, and then I have to call off. Calling, playing post flop, obviously is probably a thing. It's probably the right play, but I thought I just think in that spot I prefer a shove because just for equity now in general, and also it's 3-handed, tends to get hand, and yeah, just different factors that come along my play. I don't think I've been doing all the jamming all the time. Yesterday at the bubble, I decided to do it because of the stack discrepancies, because I was shortest, and if somehow I was kind of ahead, or if he falls an ace rack and having a jam king jack on the bubble, I think that would let me get into the money bubble, which was the initial goal. And I thought at that time my image looked quite tight, where a lot of my shots would get through more than the normal person. I wish I had a little bit more, but luckily it got through. He folded ace-8, and yeah, we're here.
Well, in listening to the amount of detail that you bring to that particular response, it is very clear that in spite of the fact that this is your first appearance at a Triton series, it is far from the first time that you have been playing tournament poker. And in terms of the experience thus far for you, walk me through it. What brought you to this Triton event, and what's it been like so far? You have 1 cash under your belt coming into this one. This is your 2nd cash, your first title. What's it like? How's it been?
Yeah, it's been surreal. I actually haven't really played a lot of tournaments prior to this. I started probably playing abroad probably during October of last year when we went to the World Series. Oh, I wanted to go, but because of COVID, couldn't really go. Then had a deep run in the main, and then stayed a bit longer, had some good results, so decided to try and improve myself. Obviously, that I still have a lot of leaks. And yeah, I think like me and Danny got into contact through a mutual friend, and he invited me here to the Corner Invitational, and obviously like it's a really massive event, and I wanted to be a part of it, and obviously like challenge myself against the best in the world. Since I got here, I really liked Triton production. Everything was perfect. I felt really welcome. Everyone was really welcoming. It felt really great, and this was my last event. I don't know how to play short deck, and yeah, what a surreal feeling.
Well, the culture very much seems to be in line with Thai culture, which is always so warm. And I just want to, on that note, bring up the fact that we have seen a number of players who have come out of Thailand. Talk to me about poker in Thailand and sort of these other talented guys who have come out and been a part of the Triton series as well. Thanarat Rakul, Wangwachit, yourself.
I think like Wangwachit is like a long time pro since Australia. Like we grew up in different backgrounds. I grew up in the UK, so I went to study in Bristol. I grew up from really humble beginnings in terms of my poker career. Played really small cash games there. Had a bit of a break from playing since I got back to Thailand probably 4 or 5 years ago. And then yeah, like some people like reignited my passion. Like shout out to Matt Belcher in particular. He really inspired me to try and improve. Yeah, and then like with other Thai guys, I think poker as a game has been increasing in popularity in Thailand. We don't have legal casinos in Thailand, so obviously like there's some like private games, or a lot of people have to travel abroad to play. Yeah, so like I think with the marketing that Wangwachit and Kanapong are doing, is probably going to be good for poker in Thailand in the future in terms of like having more players competing abroad, raising awareness of the game, and yeah, I think we're in the stage where poker is actually booming in Thailand, which is nice to see.
I don't think this victory is going to hurt the cause either, and it comes with more than just the Triton trophy, which we have over here, of course. Time to present you with the Triton Epic X watch, courtesy of Jacob & Co. You join the ranks of Henrik Hecklund and Stephen Chidwick, and then, of course, the trophy as well. I don't know how much space you got, but hold them both up there. It is your champion, Punat Punsri here. Congratulations.